I told him with a sigh. Just let it go. Firecracker, he blurted out. Our Lena is a little firecracker. All right, that was actually not that bad. So she can be too much to handle. Often. Oh. I deflated a little in my chair, my hand remaining in Aaron's. She's always chattering like she has too much to say and not enough time to do so, or laughing like she doesn't care she'll wake up half the world that's sleeping. She can also be a little defiant, and God knows she is as stubborn as they come. But that's all fire, passion. That's what makes her our Lena, our little terremoto, our little earthquake. My dad's eyes started shining under the light of the few lamps that had switched on as we entered the night. Something in my chest constricted. And for a while there, it wasn't like that. All that lightness faded out, and seeing my daughter going through something like that wasn't easy. It broke our hearts. Then she left, and even if we knew it was what she wanted and needed to do, our hearts broke a little further. Tears were rushing down my eyes by then, the pressure behind them increasing with every word from my father, with every memory he unearthed. But that's in the past. She's here now, and she's okay. Happy. My mom reached out, taking my dad's hand in hers. Not able to hold myself any longer, I stood up on shaky legs and walked around the table. When I reached my dad, I wrapped him in a hug and kissed his cheek. Te quiero, papá. Then I did the same with my mother. A ti también, tonta. All the while, I held my tears in as if my life depended on it. I wouldn't cry. I refused to. Now stop it, okay, both of you. Save something for tomorrow. When I returned to my seat, I watched my hand reaching for Aaron's, as if it no longer conceived not being held in his. Absorbed by my own gesture, my heart flopped in my chest when his hand met mine midway, linking our fingers and bringing them to his mouth to brush his lips over the back of my hand. It was all so fast that by the time it was over and our linked hands rested on top of the table, I wouldn't have known it had really happened if not for the scorching imprint of his lips on my skin. My mother spoke next, returning my attention to her. It makes me so happy to have you home, cariño. Then her eyes landed on Aaron. To see you like this. Her smile widened, the sadness vanishing. A pang of guilt sliced my gut, followed by something sultry and dense, something that tasted like regret and hope. For a moment, I thought she wouldn't really bring you, Aaron. I even questioned if you were real. She chuckled, and I swore my lungs stopped working for a heartbeat. Her gaze met mine, a light smile on her face. Don't look at me like that. You've never talked about anyone you were seeing, or brought anyone home from New York the few times you came back. And it was all so sudden. Honestly, hermanita, Isabel pitched in, sounding suspiciously interested. We thought you'd end up like one of those old ladies who dedicated their life to a bunch of cats. But instead of cats, it would have to be fish, or like geckos because you're all allergic to cat fur. She snickered. We constantly talked about it in family gatherings. Thanks for the faith, I muttered, and then stuck my tongue out in my sister's direction. I couldn't believe they were saying that kind of stuff with someone they believed I was dating at the table. Or better yet, with someone they knew I had dated sitting right here. I'm lucky to have you. Aaron's fingers gripped mine a little tighter, and I felt mine returning the gesture. No, we did not talk about such things, my mother firmly denied, shooting her other daughter a look. Stop teasing your sister, Isabel. You are getting married tomorrow. Isabel frowned. What does that have to do with any? Mama sliced her hand through the air, dismissing my sibling. I snickered, watching her cross her arms over her chest. We never thought you'd end up alone, Lena, but we were terrified you would be lonely. She looked over at Aaron, her eyes softening. And knowing that you're not, that you have someone to lean on and to return home to, maybe someone to call home one day, makes me sleep a little better at night. The man beside me didn't hesitate when he spoke. I can promise you that much. His voice reached my skin like a caress, pushing my heart to a bang against my chest walls, wanting out as much as I didn't want to hear whatever was to come. She'll always have me. His thumb caressed the back of my hand. She doesn't know it yet, but she is stuck with me. I couldn't not look over at him. After that, I could not want to search his handsome face. At this point, it shouldn't have surprised me all that much. Aaron held that kind of power over me. So I did exactly that. I allowed myself to turn. His eyes had already been on me. Does he feel that pull too? That urge to search my face for whatever answers he thinks he'll find? Trying to get my heart under control, I peered into the ocean blue with trepidation, with anticipation too. And I found something utterly terrifying. Something that couldn't have been there, considering that this was supposed to be a farce, so therefore his statement was not true. But I struggled to deny what was in front of me, that those emotions were really there, radiating off his gaze. Raw honesty, conviction, faith, reliance, a pledge. All of that looked at me from Aaron's eyes, demanding to be acknowledged. As if he was making me the promise and not my mother. As if what he had just proclaimed wasn't part of our game in deception. But I couldn't accept that. As much as my body shook with effort to restrain myself from wrapping my arms around his neck and begging him for answers, or to tell me exactly where in the gray area we found ourselves, I wouldn't allow myself to play with the questions spinning in my head and knotting together all my heartstrings. Because perhaps I didn't really want to hear any of the answers to questions like, had we gone from co-workers to deal associates to friends? Were we friends who vowed to be there for each other now? Friends who almost kissed and shared soft brushes of their lips? Was that promise really true, like his eyes pleaded with me to believe? Or was that nothing more than an ornament? And if it was, then why would he say something like that? Had he no disregard for my poor heart? Didn't he see that I was no longer able to discern one thing from the other? But if it wasn't a simple embellishment of the truth, an act, a tool in this farce, then what in the world was he doing? What were we doing? Not able to remain under everything that looked at me from Aaron's gaze anymore, or to process all the questions and doubts cramming my head, I straightened my legs with a brisk motion, and my hand let go of his. The chair underneath me screeched across the floor. I need to use the ladies' room. I rushed out, snagging my gaze off Aaron. Then I walked as fast as I could without looking back. I did not turn, not once. Not even after I heard my sister say, "So, now that she's gone, can we talk about me? I'm the bride, and I'm supposed to be the center of attention. I'm feeling neglected." Had my head not been a mess, I would have laughed, probably gone back and tugged at her hair for being a pompous, self-centered brat, but I was too busy running, being a complete chicken shit again, which, at this rate, I'd probably master by the time the weekend was over. I went through the motions of washing my hands and splashing some water on my face, while I thought about nothing and everything, feeling completely overwhelmed by my own stupidity. That was probably why when I exited the bathroom, I didn't realize there had been someone on the way until I was collapsing against a male chest with an oomph. Mierda, I muttered under my breath, going back a couple of steps. Lo siento mucho, I added right before noticing who was in front of me. Oh, Daniel. Brushing a few strands of hair off my face, I inwardly cringed. My ex didn't show any sign of feeling as awkward as I did. Are you okay? He asked me in Spanish. And now that it was just us and Aaron wasn't around, I answered in Spanish too. Yeah, I'm fine. It was nothing, just a little bump. Clearing my throat, I dusted off imaginary specks of dirt off my pleated skirt. Sorry again, it was really my fault. I was a little distracted. It's all good, Lena. That dimple in his cheek made an appearance. I stared at it, a little lost in thought. And to think that all those years ago, it was that dimple that had set everything into motion. Now, I couldn't even bring myself to feel the slightest hint of warmth when I looked at it. I think I shouldn't have come tonight, Daniel confessed out of the blue, returning me to the present. I nodded slowly, trying to come to terms with the odd sense of sympathy I suddenly felt toward him. He wasn't wrong. All throughout dinner, he'd been nothing but a ghost. No one had really addressed him, something I could understand considering our history, and he hadn't talked on his own. Putting myself in his shoes, I didn't think I would have accepted coming myself. No, coming was the right thing to do if you believed you had to be here. I clasped my hands together, keeping them from fumbling. You did it for Gonzalo, and that's very brave of you. He laughed with bitterness. I don't think anyone at the table would agree with you, except maybe Gonzalo, and he wouldn't use the word brave. His hands slipped into the pockets of his slacks. Again, he wasn't wrong about that either. My parents had always been polite, even if distant, but just for Gonzalo's sake. For Isabel's sake, too. They knew how important Daniel was to him, and how without him, they wouldn't have Gonzalo in their lives, and they loved him to pieces. But I still didn't have a doubt that they'd never forgive Daniel for breaking my heart all that time ago, for having a part in what I had gone through. Listen, Daniel said before releasing a breath. I know it's probably too late for this, but I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry. I don't think I ever did. No, he had never apologized. But I never meant for everything that went down to happen. I never even imagined it was a possibility. Of course he hadn't, and hadn't that been part of the problem? He dragged me along, and when things started looking ugly, he fled the ship, leaving me there to sink with it. And that had been exactly what I did. I had been pulled under the surface, and I'd had to fight my way up, alone. His apology was long overdue. Perhaps it was even too late. But at least I was finally getting one, and that counted for something. It's water under the bridge, I told him, and I meant it, even though a little part of me would always remember that he had been a big player in something that left a scar I'd always carry around. Don't worry about what my dad said, by the way. He's a little emotional. I waved my hand in front of us, stopping myself the moment I realized I didn't owe Daniel a single thing. I shouldn't have been trying to make him feel better. I cleared my throat. You know how weddings bring out the best and the worst of us. I was living proof of that. My fake boyfriend sitting at a table with my family, finally facing my newly engaged ex. Although the problem with coming back home for Isabel's wedding, single dateless, had never been about seeing Daniel, it was about facing everyone else while doing that. It was the anticipation, the idea of having every single person who had seen me grow up, fall in love, get my heart broken, lose a little part of myself for a while, and then flee to a different country. It was about facing a man who had clearly put his life back together when I hadn't. That was what had set this whole thing into motion, exactly what had made me push the panic button. And how stupid had that been? How dumb had it been to let something like that drive me to lie, to create and sell them this ridiculous and wholesome image of myself that I'd thought would make me complete and happy in their eyes? I realize now, as I stood in front of the catalyst of this whole mess, that it had been very fucking stupid. I hope you mean that, Lena. This whole thing is better left in the past anyway. Daniel looked at the ground for a moment and then nodded his head. Are you happy now? With your life, with him? He tilted his head. You don't look completely happy. My throat dried, my eyes widening as I tried to process his words. Of course I am, I said, but it came out in a breathless way. Pure shock swirled in my body, mixing with stupid fear at being called out on a lie. I'm happy, Daniel, I repeated, those two emotions turning into something else, something that tasted a lot more bitter. Are you sure about that? He asked calmly, in a confident and patronizing way that had me rearing my head back. He seems like a stand-up guy, this Aaron, although he looks a little dry, stuffy. Daniel continued, and my eyes fluttered closed for a fraction of a second, a strong sense of protectiveness washing over me. But I guess he's good to you. He has been stuck to your side since the moment I met him. He chuckled. Not my style, this guard dog vibe, but I could understand the appeal. My lips parted, as I found it hard to believe the words Daniel was saying. But are you really happy, Lena? I know you, and this is not the carefree Lena you are. You have been on edge in the short time you've been here, and I'll be honest, I can't help but be concerned. Concerned? I blinked. Then I did it again, and again and again. Had I been on edge? I could believe that. I had certainly felt that way more than once. But whether what he thought was true or not wasn't important. It was the fact that he believed he had any right to deny something I was telling him myself. Oblivious to my growing outrage, Daniel kept going. It could be coming back home. That must be a lot of pressure for you. Or maybe it's that Isabel is getting married and you aren't. A breath got stuck in my throat. Or maybe it's him. I don't know, but stop, I hissed. Something lit up inside of me, like a bonfire. I could even hear the flames crackling and sizzling, burning away the remains of my patience. Don't you dare do that, Daniel. His brows wrinkled together, his expression one of confusion. Do what? Do what? I repeated, my voice going up an octave. Closing my eyes, I tried my best to get back my composure. Do not pretend you care or that you even know me anymore. You have no right to judge or doubt my happiness. The pace at which my breath entered and left my lungs increased, my anger not receding. So stop throwing in my face whatever it is you think you know or see. You lost that right a long time ago. He shook his head, sighing loudly. I've always cared about you, Lena, and I always will, and that's why I'm worried about you, why I'm trying to have a conversation. You've always cared about me. You'll always care? Of course, he puffed out. You're like a little sister to me. We are about to become family. Something deep inside of me turned to ice, the marrow in my bones freezing, rooting me to the spot. I'm like a little sister to you now. His statement tasted like something tart in my mouth. You've got to be fucking kidding me, Daniel. His expression assembled into one that was meant to impose, to convey authority. I had been well acquainted with that face when I used to sit across from him in the classroom. Don't be like that, Lena. Like what? He tisked, bathing me in condescension. Don't be a child. We are both adults now. You can talk and act like one. Now? He had said now, opposed to what? To when we had dated? Had I been a child when we were together, Daniel? When you dated me? Made me feel special? Told me you loved me? I watched his jaw set into a tight line. Is that all that I was to you when you dropped me like a hot potato after you so much as sniffed a little trouble coming your way? I guess that would explain everything. Why I'm only getting an apology now that you deem me worthy of one, having finally turned into an adult. I took a step back, hearing my heart drumming in my ears as I watched him remain very still. You know what? I'm over this. Shaking my head, I laughed bitterly. I don't owe you a single thing, and you don't owe me anything either. You never cared about me, Daniel. Not enough, at least. Otherwise, you wouldn't have let them eat me alive. I swallowed, pushing all those memories away as much as they banged and screamed, demanding to be let out. I really wish you wouldn't have said all of this. I really do. Because these last few minutes have wiped out the little respect I had for you. Watching him as he stood in front of me, barely moving, I took another step back. His mouth fell open, but no words came out besides, Lena. It's okay, I told him. I don't expect anything from you. As I told you, it's water under the bridge now. His lips snapped closed, his shoulders falling in what I hoped was acceptance. But I can tell you this much. I am happy. And I was. Confused, too, if I was being honest. Yes, my heart was mixed up and disoriented, terrified on top of all of that. But there was a force that seemed to tear the shell of fear that covered that poor and beat-up organ, seeping through the cracks and wanting to obliterate all those doubts if I let it, promising safety and comfort. But that wasn't a conversation I owed to Daniel. I did to someone else. Someone I needed to make my way back to. I was about to turn on my heel and do exactly that when someone who always managed to put a smile on my face turned around the corner. What have you been doing here for so long, cariño? Abuela asked in Spanish, looking over at Daniel. Oh, I see now. She shot him a sideways glance and ignored him altogether. When she looked back at me, her lips were tugging up, mischief written all over her face. That boyfriend of yours is sitting at the table, looking like an abandoned puppy. She linked her arm with mine, and I felt a little lighter already. He ordered you dessert, you know, and he keeps staring at where you left like he's holding himself from coming to get you. My belly flopped. A fluttering sensation took over. He is? Abuela patted my arm. Course he is, boba. She clicked her tongue, pulling us back to the restaurant. He didn't even ask for 2 spoons, so he knows that getting you to share is fruitless. She snickered, and I tried to ignore how the flutter was now spreading to my chest. He's pretty perfect, I murmured, surprising myself. Yes, she said without thinking much about it. That's why you shouldn't leave him sitting alone for so long. He's too beautiful for his own good. He was, for my own good, too. Do you think he will save me a dance tomorrow? I think he will. I didn't have a doubt in my mind he would. Only if you ask nicely, abuela. She giggled, and I knew without a doubt that I'd probably have to fight my own grandmother over my fake boyfriend's attention. Then, the woman who had snuck chocolate after bedtime more than 1,000,000 times guided us back to where the rest of the family was, chatting animatedly. Right before reaching the table, she lowered her voice. They didn't make men like that back in my day. Abuelo was handsome, but not like that. Although it wasn't his looks that won me over. She winked. You know what I mean. Abuela, I loud whispered. She patted my arm. Don't play coy with me. I'm old. I know better. Now go. A pair of blue eyes immediately found mine. They bounced to Abuela, and then somewhere behind me. Looking around, I noticed Daniel was a few steps behind us. After parting ways with my grandmother, I let my gaze fall back on my fake date as I made my way to him. I could see the unease edged in Aaron's handsome face. His jaw was clenched, and his forehead was bunched. When his gaze met mine once more, his eyes held questions and the protectiveness I had felt a few minutes ago when Daniel had mentioned his name. It was clear as a cloudless summer day. Aaron was worried. He was holding himself back from meeting me halfway and asking me what the hell had happened. He cared. He cared about me. And he'd shield me, hold me, or just stand by my side if I so much as opened my mouth to ask. I knew. Hell, he would even if I didn't ask. Honest, genuine concern. Contrary to whatever Daniel had claimed. Letting myself fall delicately on my chair, I took a moment to plaster a calm smile on my face, a neutral expression. But my lips probably curled the wrong way, my features displaying everything still churning inside of me after my exchange with Daniel, because when I turned and faced Aaron, his eyes flared more intensely. I willed my lips to inch higher, and a muscle in his jaw twitched. My sister started chattering about something, what exactly I couldn't tell. My head was somewhere else. My hands were in my lap when I felt Aaron's palm fall against them. For the second time tonight, he interlaced our hands. Our fingers weaved together, each and every one of them. But this time he kept our linked hands right where they were, on top of my thigh, as if he was trying to tell me that this way, with them below the table, hidden from everyone else, meant that this was just for us, not part of the charade. He squeezed my hand with purpose, his fingers tightening around mine, his palm warm against my skin. Just for us. It seemed to reassure me, to promise me. And like the biggest dummy in the universe, I found the greatest comfort in those 5 long fingers, in that warm palm. So I brought our joined hands closer to my belly, and I squeezed right back. There was something lodged right in between my ribs that felt a lot like a ticking bomb. I can hear the gears in your head spinning, Aaron said as he crossed the room in that pair of pajama pants, which was doing mad things to my belly again. Same went for the t-shirt. He was wearing the one he had slept in yesterday. At least he was wearing one. I didn't think I could take shirtless Aaron right now. I'm okay, I lied, my head throbbing with every replay of my conversation with Daniel. It had been on loop since we left the restaurant. Just going through everything I need to get done before the big day tomorrow. Which was what I should have been busy doing. Clad in my sleeping clothes too, I aligned the 2 pairs of heels, the ones I'd wear and the backup on the floor, right against the wall, meticulously leaving the same space between them. I stepped back, admiring my work. Nope. Unconvinced, I knelt and rearranged them. When I had something on my mind, I did one of 2 things. I compulsively ate or organized, and considering we had just had dinner and seeing the pile of neatly stacked clothes and perfectly in-line items displayed on the top of the dresser, it seemed that this one time it was the latter. Out of the corner of my eye, I sensed Aaron plopping himself on the bed with an ease and finesse no one his size should have. There's smoke coming out of your ears. He rested his back on the headboard, and the wood complained under his weight. I reached for those shoes again, moving them an inch to the right. I don't think so, I said in a clipped tone. Then I moved the 2 pairs half an inch to the left. For that, I would need to be overthinking something, and I'm not doing that. Oh, but you are, he said from his position on the bed. Talk to me. I didn't bother answering him. Hearing his sigh, I kept my focus on my task. Maybe if they faced the wall... Catalina, Aaron called, and the way he had said it made me turn around and face him. Come here. He patted the bed with his hand. Brows bunched, I sent him a look. Sit with me for a little while, and then you can go back to torturing those shoes into perfection, he told me with a sigh. Just for a few minutes. Then he placed his palm on the comforter again. When I didn't say anything or move, he added very softly, like it would break his heart if I didn't give him this one thing. Please? That please, that freaking please, and the way he had said it launched my legs forward. Before I knew what I was doing, my ass was on the bed, right beside his hip. I knew what he wanted to talk about, the cocktail of emotions and memories and questions that had slowly been assembling in my head, the one I had brought back to the apartment, and that I knew if I so much as opened my mouth, it would burst and spill right out of me. But that meant completely confiding in Aaron, telling him about a part of my past that I didn't find any joy in revisiting, giving him a key that would help him understand, know me better. And did I want to do that? Could I do it without wanting to tuck my head in his chest and look for comfort in him? I don't want to bore you with the melodramatics of my life, Aaron, I sighed, and I meant it. What I didn't tell him was that beneath all that there was only fear. You don't need to worry. In one smooth motion, Aaron picked me up and placed me between his open legs. Another sigh left my parted lips, but this one had nothing to do with exhaustion or whatever was brewing in my head. Anything that bothers you matters to me, and I want to hear about it, he said from his position behind me. Nothing about you is boring or doesn't interest me, ever. Understand? I felt myself nod and perhaps mutter a quiet yes, too. My heart drummed too loudly in my ears to know. Aaron continued, If you want to talk about whatever happened, then we'll do that. His hands fell on my shoulders with a tenderness that disarmed me. Then he brushed my hair to the side, and his fingers traveled to the back of my neck. And if you don't, then we'll talk about something else. But I want you to relax, just for a few minutes. He paused, and his thumbs started massaging along the line of my spine. I had to hold back from whimpering like a stricken animal, only I wasn't in pain. Sound like a plan? Yes, I answered, incapable of not melting into his touch. There was a beat of silence, and Aaron's fingers trailed up the back of my neck, gently kneading the muscles there. Another sound rose in my throat, almost leaving my lips, but I held it in. What your dad said during dinner made me think of something my mom used to tell me when I was a little kid. Aaron's fingertips kept working my skin, easing more than the tension in my shoulders, turning me into softened butter as I listened to his deep voice taking me out of my head, trusting me with yet another piece of himself. Back then, I didn't really understand or care about it. I didn't until I was older, and she was diagnosed, and the possibility of her leaving us became real. But she used to tell me how the moment I was born, she knew she had found her light in the dark, that one lighthouse that no matter what was always up, lighting up the night and signaling her way home. And as a kid, I thought that was either corny or very dramatic. A low and humorless chuckle left him. My heart broke all over again for him, hurting and begging me to turn around and give him any comfort I could. But I stayed put. You must miss her so much. I do, every day. When she passed and my nights got a little darker, I started to understand what she'd meant. That was a loss I hoped I wouldn't experience in a long time. But what your dad said, about you having this fire inside, that lightness and life, and how it dulled for a period of time? He paused, and I swore I heard him swallow. He trailed off, as if he was scared of his next words. And Aaron never feared speaking his mind. Aaron was never scared. You are all that, Catalina. You are light, and passion. Your laughter alone can lift my mood and effortlessly turn my day around in a matter of seconds, even when it's not aimed at me. You can light up entire rooms, Catalina. You hold that kind of power. And it's because of all the different things that make you who you are. Each and every one of them, even the ones that drive me crazy in ways you can't imagine. You should never forget that. My heart skipped a beat, then another, and then one more, until no air was getting in or out, and I could tell my heart had stopped beating completely. For the longest moments, I remained suspended in time, thinking I'd never bounce back from this because my heart was not functioning anymore. But hey, if those were the parting words I had to leave this earth with, then I'd be happy. And when my heart resumed, I wasn't relieved. I simply couldn't be when it started thrashing against the cavity of my chest with a wildness I had never experienced. Some people claim that the most beautiful thing anyone had ever done for them was writing them a poem, composing a song, or confessing their undying love in an epic gesture. But right then, as I was cocooned in Aaron's long legs, his fingers delicately massaging my neck simply because I'd looked tense, I realized I didn't need or want any of that. If I never got my epic declaration, I'd be fine, because his words were without a doubt in my mind the most beautiful thing I would ever hear said about me, to me, and for me. My body wanted to turn, screamed at my head to allow it. But I knew that if I did, whatever he saw on my face would change everything, every single fucking thing between us. Damn it, this man, he kept showing me how perfect he was, kept unveiling all these beautiful parts of him that made me giddy and dizzy and hungry for more. But I still felt like I was standing on the edge of a cliff, looking down at an ocean that whirled in the same deep blue that colored his eyes. Would I dare jump? I fell in love with Daniel in my second year of college, I said without turning, not daring to free fall, not completely. I was 19. He was my physics professor. He was younger than any other member of the faculty, so he stood out, was popular among the body of students, the female section of it particularly. At first, it was a dumb crush. I'd anticipate his lectures. I'd maybe put a little extra care into what I wore and sit in the first row. But I wasn't the only one. Pretty much every other girl, and a few of the guys, had been charmed by the dimple in his cheek and the confidence with which he strolled across the room, even when his course was one of the hardest we'd ever had to study for. Aaron continued working the tension out of the muscles that corded along my neck and shoulders. He remained quiet, and it felt almost as if, except for his fingers, he had grown still too. So I continued. Imagine my surprise when I started noticing that his gaze would rest on me for a moment, just a little longer than anybody else, or that his dimple would come out a little more often when it was me he was watching. My eyes closed as Aaron's hands drifted lower, traveling down my spine. Throughout that year, it all built up to a point where we would sneak a few innocent touches in between classes or during tutoring sessions. It was so exciting, exhilarating almost. He made me feel special, like I wasn't one more of the students pining for him. I heard my voice drifting lower, lost in the memory, so I tried to bring my tone back up. Anyway, we didn't start dating until the moment I was through the 2 semesters his course lasted. Officially, publicly dating. Not on campus or anything like that, but we'd go out like any other couple. He introduced Gonzalo and Isabel, and they fell desperately in love in the span of a heated look. A real smile tugged my lips up at the thought of the moment Isabel and Gonzalo had locked eyes. It had seemed as if they had been waiting for that to happen, as if each had unknowingly been waiting for the other. Aaron's legs shifted, cocooning me further into his lap. Or perhaps it was me who kept bending into him. I didn't know, but I wouldn't complain or move away. And I was in love too. After 1 year of daydreaming about something I couldn't have, hoping for it, I was blinded by the joy at finally being able to have it, to call him mine. His fingers stopped briefly, as if they hesitated before their next move. Then, they resumed and continued kneading at my shoulders. It lasted a few months. Then I heard the first whisper, the first ugly and poisonous rumor that blackened all that happiness. and after that one, many more followed. Whispers turned into loud gossip, which spread along the corridors on campus. There were Facebook posts, too, and threads on Twitter as well. Never directed at me, but about me, at least in the beginning. I brought my knees to my chest and hugged them. The whore who slept around with her professors, they said. Of course she's graduating with honors. That's how she aced physics when more than half the students fell through. She fucked him and she'll fuck her way through college. I heard Aaron's outward breath, felt it on the back of my neck, his fingers tensing and halting very briefly. It was all so hurtful. My voice sounded different, void and bitter, and it reminded me of Elena I didn't want to remember, or ever be again. The things that were said about me quickly turned into pointed fingers and into disgusting photos that someone had photoshopped with my face, into really ugly stuff. Aaron's touch turned into mere brushes of his skin against mine, soothing me, moving me forward, telling me, I'm here, I got you. It was all turned into this despicable tale where I was the cunning, dirty woman who seduced professors for grades. All the hard work and the long nights I had studied were brought down simply because, I don't know. To this day, I don't know the reason or the motivation, jealousy, a laugh. But I know that if I had been one of my male classmates and Danielle had been a female professor, perhaps I wouldn't have gone through that. It would have been the professor. She would have been accused of being a cougar, and the student would have gotten a few high fives. Instead, I was almost harassed into dropping out. I didn't want to attend any lectures. I didn't want to leave the house. I was still living with my parents because I could drive to campus from their house, and I didn't even want to talk to them. I deleted my profiles on all social media sites. I closed myself off from every single person in my life, even my sister, and even those few who had remained my friends. I focused on the soothing circles Aaron was drawing on my skin, grounding and rooting me to him and to the present. It was all too much. I just felt ashamed, worthless. I felt like everything I had done was worth nothing. Consequently, when my grades and performance sank, my average went down the drain, and I didn't even care anymore. A beat of silence that seemed to stretch too long made me realize Aaron hadn't spoken a word. I knew he wouldn't judge me, but I wondered what he thought. If the way he saw me had now changed. What did he do? He finally said, his voice sounding rocky rough. What did Danielle do about everything that was being done to you? Well, things started looking a little bad for him. There was no rule that stopped him from dating a former student, but everything that was going down got to be too much for him. For him? He repeated, a new edge to his voice. Yeah, and so he broke things off, told me it was too complicated and relationships shouldn't be that hard or messy. Aaron's fingers halted, not moving any longer, simply hovering above my skin. He thought that we weren't supposed to make each other trip and fall, and that the moment we did, then it didn't make sense to be together. And I think he was right. I guess he was. Aaron didn't say anything. Not a word left his lips. But I could tell there was something wrong with him. I could feel it in the way his breath had quickened, deepened, and the way his hands remained frozen above my shoulders. I often wonder how I managed to graduate, but I did. At some point after the breakup, I woke up, showed up to the exams, and passed. Then I somehow put together an application for an international master's program and left for the U.S. Aaron's palms resumed, very gently, but I felt them moving along my shoulder. Nothing like before, but at least he was touching me again, and I needed that more than I cared to admit. I wasn't escaping him, you know? Everybody thought I was, but I wasn't. Danielle had bruised my heart, but I wasn't running away from that. It was everything else. Everybody looked at me differently, like I had changed, or something had changed in the way they saw me. As if I were this broken thing now, dropped by Danielle, harassed, made fun of. Everybody whispered, "Oh, poor thing, how is she going to bounce back from this?" They treated me as damaged goods. They still do. Every time I came back home alone, they look at me with pity. Every time I said I'm single, they nod and smile sadly. Shaking my head, I released all the air in my lungs. I hate it, Aaron. I could hear the emotion in my voice choking my words because I did hate it. That's why I came back as little as I did. But then I also hated how much I feared that a part of it was perhaps true. Why hadn't I been able to trust anybody with my heart otherwise? Everything that had happened hurt me, left a scar, but it didn't break me. I swallowed the lump in my throat, wanting to believe my own words. It didn't. A sound deep and husky and pained came from behind me. Before I knew what was happening, Aaron's arms came around my shoulders, and I was engulfed by him, wrapped into his chest, warm and hard and safe and a lot less alone, a lot more complete than I had been seconds before. Aaron buried his head in the nook of my neck from behind, and I felt the urge to comfort him. So I did. "I'm not broken, Aaron," I told him in a whisper, although perhaps it was for my own reassurance. "I can't be." "You are not," he said on my skin, tightening his hold on me, bringing me close. "And I know that even if something did break you, because that's life and no one is invincible, you'd still put the pieces back together and remain the brightest thing I'd ever seen." My hands went around the pair of arms wrapped around my shoulders, which pulled me into his chest, as if he were scared I'd go up and smoke if he didn't. And I hung on to him equally desperately, as if my next breath depended on it. We remained that way for a long time, and slowly, very slowly, our bodies relaxed into each other. They melted together. I focused on Aaron's breath, on the earnestness of the moment, on his heartbeat against my back, his strength, on all the things that he'd kept handing to me so freely, like they were nothing, like he was supposed to give them away and I was entitled to take them from him. Neither of us said anything as time stretched, our holds gradually loosening as we lost the battle to sleep. My eyelids eventually fluttered shut, but right before darkness engulfed, I thought I heard Aaron whisper, "You feel complete in my arms. You feel like my home." Chapter 22. What an idiot I had been. A big, dumb, foolish idiot. Earlier that morning, when my alarm had gone off a little after dawn and I had slipped out of Aaron's warm embrace quietly, but not panic-ridden, I had immediately regretted agreeing to meet my sister hours before the wedding. So once I got everything packed and was ready to go, right before sneaking out the door without waking him up, even though I had learned by then that he too slept like the dead, I leaned very silently and brushed a soft kiss against his jaw. Because I didn't want to go, not really, and I was a weak, weak woman when it came to him. Just in case, I left Aaron a note, telling him that I'd see him in a few hours because I'd be getting ready with Isabel. Charo would be driving him to the wedding venue. "Be strong and don't succumb," I wrote down. Then I signed it with love, Lena. My choice of words had my heart skipping a beat, but I promised myself it wasn't a big deal and left it there. Not more than an hour after leaving the apartment, I started to miss him, like properly brooding and sighing and wondering what he was doing. So I texted him, "Lena, did you get my note?" To which he replied no more than a couple of minutes later, "Aaron, yes, I'm hiding in the bathroom. Charo was trying to sneak a photo of me with her phone. Martines are relentless creatures." That had me snorting so hard that the makeup artist ended up brushing eyeshadow all across my forehead. She tried to play it cool, but I could tell she was pissed. But none of that was the reason why I was pretty sure I was a big, dumb, foolish idiot. Somehow, somewhere between slipping into my velvety fawn heels and the graceful, airy burgundy gown I was wearing, my head had started spinning questions, important ones. Will I be able to find Aaron in the crowd? And also, will he be okay? Will he get to the venue and find his seat? And the star of the show, maybe I won't see him until after the ceremony. What if I can't find him? So when I came to my place to the right of the bride on a glorious summer day, surrounded by arrangements of peonies in all shades of baby pink and pearly white, in front of the people who had seen us grow and turn into the women we were today, my head turned. My gaze effortlessly zeroed in on a pair of ocean blue eyes, and all those questions immediately died away. What a big, dumb, foolish idiot I had been to even question that my eyes wouldn't be drawn to Aaron Blackford in a matter of seconds. How in the world could they not? He was dazzling, standing under the sun in a navy blue suit. And when he smiled that wide and furtive grin that I was beginning to think was only for me, I swore he could have blinded me if I hadn't blinked. That smile, Aaron's smile, his handsome face, him completely and entirely, made my knees weak and my chest tight. That was exactly why, once the ceremony ended and Gonzalo made a show out of eating Isabel's face right then and there for everybody attending to see, I turned around on shaky legs. The crowd proceeded to throw rice and confetti as the bride and groom made their way down the aisle. And by the time they were jumping inside a yellow Volkswagen Beetle to drive to where they'd have a pre-dinner photo shoot, everybody started shuffling to the restaurant area. A quiet silence was left behind, except for the sound of my heart, which was trying to stumble right out of my throat. Aaron waited by the exit, standing with his hands in his pockets of his navy pants and his jacket partly open, right where the rows of creamy chairs ended, a few tiny pieces of confetti stuck in his hair. His gaze stayed on me as I walked down that aisle, my legs feeling like I was walking on sand, heavy and clumsy. Only when I reached him did he take a step toward me. It was fast and rushed, as if he had been stopping himself from running to me and couldn't hold it any longer. I watched his throat work, his eyes swiping up and down and up again, eating up what was in front of them. "You look like a dream." What a silly thing to tell me when he was the one who couldn't be real, the one I couldn't believe was here making my chest full with things I didn't understand. I shook my head, trying to pull myself together enough to answer. "You look amazing, Aaron." His gaze searched my face for a brief moment, and whatever he found made him smile. Again, that grin, only for me. What a lucky bitch I was. Aaron offered his arm, and I struggled not to launch myself at him right then and there. "May I have the honor?" he asked slowly. A deep belly laugh left my lips. Slowly, I took it. "Now you are just pushing it." His palm fell on top of the one that was resting on the crook of his arm. "What do you mean?" "Only romance heroes say stuff like that, and we are talking about the ones in a Jane Austen novel. Not even your run-of-the-mill romance hero would butter up a woman that much," I explained as we moved forward in the direction of the adjoining restaurant, where everybody else was, probably a glass of wine or two already in hand. "In my book, having the most beautiful woman on my arm classifies as an honor." I hoped the foundation the makeup artist had had to apply for a second time covered the way my cheeks flushed. "If the bride so much as gets wind of what you're saying, you'll be in so much trouble." I heard his chuckle, but he didn't retract his words. "She'll kick you out of the wedding, and I will not be able to help you. You're too tall and big to sneak in unnoticed. And too damn handsome, too." But I kept that part to myself. Aaron chuckled again, the noise traveling down my spine and leaving a trail of shivers. I was finding it really hard to ignore how good his arm felt under my fingers, or how right it was being tucked against his side. It was only when we were a few feet away from the open area where all the invitees were gathered that Aaron spoke. "It would be worth it, you know." My head turned, taking in his profile as he kept his gaze up front. "For seeing you in that dress and having you enter any place on my arm, I'd endure pretty much anything." My lips parted, and had Aaron not been providing his support, I would have stumbled down to the floor, rolled the rest of the way, and probably stopped only when my back came against a chair or a table. "Even your sister's rage." Then a flash went off right in our faces, snapping me out of my trance. Blinking away the bright white spots, I got a glimpse of a camera. "Maravillosa!" A high-pitched voice I was well acquainted with screeched. "What a beautiful couple you two make!" My mouth snapped shut and then opened again. Not having my sight back completely, I kept blinking until a bright red mane started coming into focus. Charo. "Oh, your babies are going to be the cutest things ever." I cursed under my breath and smiled tightly, while Aaron seemed surprisingly unconcerned. The dumbest mental image took me by surprise, one of Aaron holding a chubby, blue-eyed baby in his large arms. Stepping out of my cousin's trajectory and veering for the wine, I tried to recompose myself. And so it begins, I muttered under my breath. The day I had feared and dreaded for months. Only in that precise moment, with Aaron's arm under my fingers and his smile aimed at me, I came to realize that what frightened me was nothing I had ever come to expect. If I'd known that my sister had hired a kiss cam for the wedding reception, I would have claimed to be sick and hidden in the bathroom. Ironically, I wouldn't have to lie all that much. My dinner kept climbing up my throat every single time the tune announcing the start of the most painful 30 seconds of my life reached my ears. During that time, which stretched into a hellish eternity, the camera scanned the crowd seated at the round tables, scattered across the lush green garden of the restaurant, before coming to a stop on a couple and displaying their image, framed by a heart, on a conveniently installed projector. Every single time the camera so much as passed over my fake date and me, my heart ceased beating before resuming at breakneck speed. Apparently, the possibility of having my first kiss with Aaron displayed on a big screen in front of my whole family was going to give me a heart attack. And just as if my thoughts had somehow conjured it, the tritone tune announced the start of a new round of Will Lena die of nerves and anticipation tonight, or will she lose her shit and commit camera murder? Oh, what a fun idea this was, Isabel, my mom hollered with excitement from across the table. My sister seemed to pride herself on it even more, if that were possible. I know, she smiled giddily. They'll even put all the film together, edit it, and send me a montage with all the kisses, she explained over the relentless tune of doom. One eye on the projector screen, I watched the camera hover on a table close by. I had to book an extra package for that, but it's totally worth it. The camera swiped over our table, displaying Aaron's and my face on the screen. My face blanched. My head somehow jerked, dropping a fork. I dipped after it, too briskly, and almost knocked over a glass. Cursing under my breath, I picked up the fork from under the table, resurfacing just in time to see the camera moving along. Close. That was close. Reaching for my wine, I actually considered sneaking out and putting an end to this. But that would be running, being a coward. Again, something I'd kept doing a lot of lately. The camera stops on you, you will kiss Aaron, I told myself as I downed the rest of my wine. A peck on the lips. It doesn't need to be a movie kiss, just a kiss. But my pep talk didn't help. It only made my chest tighter and my belly flutter. Peeking at the man that I'd probably have to kiss in a handful of seconds, I was surprised to see a muscle in his jaw jumping. Studying him more closely, I realized Aaron looked like New York Aaron again. Not like the relaxed and playful version I had shared these past days with. His gaze was set on the screen, and while his face gave nothing away, at least not to those who hadn't mastered the art of reading Aaron like I had, there was something about him that told me he wasn't as fine as he looked. Once more, the camera glided over us, putting our faces on the screen for a tense second, and moved on. My heart resumed. Before I could feel any kind of relief, it came right back, as if it were performing a dance especially choreographed for me, teasing my heartbeat until sending it into cardiac arrest. Little droplets of sweat formed on the nape of my neck. Aaron remained quiet by my side, steadfast, his eyes drilled into the screen. So much so that concern started seeping in. Ooh! The crowd hooted as the camera cruised across our table again, the speed decreasing gradually. Looking at Aaron, it was hard to notice much else besides him. I was barely aware of how the others on our table had come alive, clapping and whistling to the tune of the goddamn kiss cam. My eyes zeroed in on Aaron's lips, pressed firmly together, anxiety and anticipation. Yes, powerful and silky anticipation, built in the pit of my stomach. My gaze took in the whole of him, stoically sitting by my side. Amid the chaos around us, I still managed to catch the movement of his knee. It was vibrating up and down. The motion barely lasted more than a couple of seconds, but I had seen it. My gaze leaped back to his profile. Is Aaron nervous about kissing me? It can't be. Not after the way he had almost done that right after teasing and plummeting me to a point where I would have begged for his lips. Unaware of my eyes on him, his knee resumed its movement, the muscle on his jaw twitching again in sync. Oh my God, he is. Aaron was nervous. He was all jittery and high-strung, and it was because of me. Because chances were he'd have to kiss me. Me. Something took flight right between my ribs. I couldn't believe how a man so confident, so composed, one who had made my body come alive and sing with nothing more than the softest of touches, could be fretting over having to kiss me. The flutter in my chest stirred, making me itch to reach. A loud cheer exploded around us, taking my attention off Aaron. People chanted, "Que se besen! Que se besen! Kiss! Kiss!" My eyes leaped around desperately, my heart rising to my mouth. Everybody was looking in our direction. "I'll do it. I'll kiss him." As I zeroed in on the screen, something lurched deep within me in response to what I saw. My dad reached for my mom's face and planted a kiss on her lips. It wasn't relief. What had pierced my body was disappointment. Baffling, inexplicable disappointment at me not being the one framed by the silly string of hearts because my parents had been targeted by the kiss cam, not us. I felt Aaron move beside me. Turning in his direction, my gaze hopelessly fastened onto his lips again. His mouth, the speck of disappointment grew, obliterating everything else and turning it into something thick and heavy that promised a rich taste on my tongue, one that made my heart speed up. Want, I realized. What I felt was need. I wanted him. Needed him to gather me in his arms and kiss me like he had promised. Because when I finally take those lips in mine, it will be the furthest thing from pretending. That was what he had said. Then wasn't that what I was feeling inside? What threatened to spill out and turn my life around? The furthest thing from a lie? From pretending? It was. Consequences be damned, but it was. I was long past this deception scheme, and the ball of emotions that came with that realization collapsed down my chest, crumbling along the rest of my body and taking everything in its way with it. Real. What I was feeling had to be real. When I finally kiss you, there won't be any doubt in your mind that it is real. I wanted it to be real. Real, real, real. Aaron must have felt the shift in me, naturally, as he was the one person on earth who seemed to read me like he owned the only copy of The Handbook of Lena. His gaze sharpened, roaming across my face as I watched in awe how his lips parted. It was in that precise moment that I felt like something had finally clicked into place, unhinging everything I had been keeping on a short leash. I couldn't know how or why, didn't have the slightest idea, and wasn't that part of the mystery of life? Part of what made it breathtakingly exciting, unexpectedly beautiful? We couldn't control and tame emotions to our convenience. And what I felt for Aaron had turned into a wild beast that I mercilessly fell prey to. That was exactly why when Aaron quietly reached for my hand, took it in his, and stood up, I followed. Everything that had stopped me in the past few days was obliterated in the chaos that had built around us. We had to cross the space, sidestepping people who now danced animatedly, eluding relatives with red cheeks and ruffled hair who lunged in our direction, ignoring the music filling the outdoorsy space that called everybody to the improvised dance floor. But what did I care? Nothing mattered except following this man wherever he took me. Like a glass, I had been filling up, droplet after droplet, slowly packing all these things he had given me. The softest, most provoking touches, precious smiles that were just for me, his strength, his faith in me, to the brim and heaping it with everything I had been feeling. I found myself on the verge of being toppled down, of helplessly spilling and revealing everything I had worked so hard on bottling up. We were somewhere outside still, perhaps on one of the sides of the patio of the restaurant. The music from the party reached my ears, muffled by the distance, and the only light illuminating this section of the garden came from a lonely lamp perched on the far edge of the building, leaving us almost in the dark. Aaron came to a stop, finally turning around and facing me. His jaw was clenched again, the rest of his features screwed securely together so they gave nothing away. But I knew. My feet slid on the gravel beneath him, telling me this couldn't be a frequented path for guests if my heels didn't seem to get a grip for more than a few seconds. Or perhaps it was just the way my body trembled that was making it so hard to keep my balance. Aaron took a step forward, his body angling toward mine, deliciously crowding me and forcing me back to come against the coarse surface of the wall. "Hi," I croaked, as if we were just seeing each other after a long time. And God, why did it feel so much like we were? Like I was finally here, finally coming home. I watched Aaron's throat work, and then he took a deep breath before he spoke. "Hey." His palm came to rest on my jaw, cupping my face. "Ask me what I'm thinking." My heart raced with the prospect of doing so, as I anticipated his answer with a trepidation I had never known. But it was better than him asking me the same question. "What are you thinking, Aaron?" A hum rose in his throat, the sound deep and husky. It shot straight to my chest. "I'm thinking that you want me to kiss you." My blood swirled at his words, turning thicker. I do. "And I'm also thinking that if I don't do it soon, I might lose my goddamn mind." The palm that was cupping my face fell, and a finger trilled down the skin of my arm. I didn't speak. I didn't think I could. His gaze traveled down my throat, leaving a path of shivers on my skin. "But I was serious when I said that when I finally took your lips, you'd know what it meant." He stepped closer, the tips of his shoes grazing mine, our bodies almost touching. I braced my hands on his arms, not trusting myself anymore, seeing how much I was shaking, how I shivered. "Do you know now, Catalina?" His nose brushed my temple, making my breath hitch. "Do you know what this means?" Aaron's mouth flicked along my cheekbone, making my back arch, my shoulders coming flush against the wall behind me. My lips parted, my answer stuck somewhere in my throat. He released a shaky breath, his body tight with restraint. "Answer me, please." His forehead came to rest against mine, and I watched his eyelashes hide that ocean I'd gladly drown in if he let me. Eyes closed, he inched closer, his lips almost coming against mine. "Put me out of my misery, Catalina," he gritted out, cupping the back of my hand with trembling fingers. My heart, my poor heart, lost it at the desperation in his voice, at the unfiltered need I heard. "Real," I finally breathed into his mouth. "This is real." I repeated, needing to hear the words, feel the truth on my skin. "Kiss me, Aaron," I told him breathlessly. "Prove to me that it is." A growl, a deliriously low growl, left Aaron's throat, and before I could even process how the sound had seeped deep, deep inside of me, right into the marrow of my bones, Aaron's lips were on mine. He kissed me. Aaron was kissing me, as if he had been starving for an eternity. Just like a beast meant to devour me, his hard body coming against mine, desperately seeking anything I'd give him. Our lips opened, ravaging each other's mouths, while his large palms roamed down my sides. Down, down, down they went, stopping below my waist. My hands flew to his chest, and I relished how hard it felt, how warm, how perfectly solid, and just for me. My heart drummed against the walls of my own chest, and a sound climbed up my throat when I felt Aaron's heart do the same against my fingertips. The noise only fueled Aaron to press into me with his hips, to reward me with a wild sound of his own. His hands gripped my waist, bringing me even closer to him, making me feel the heat of his hardness on my belly and punching another moan out of me. "Aaron, Aaron, Aaron," my mind seemed to chant as my body went on sensory overload. His hands roamed over the fabric of my dress, coming around me, dragging down my back, all while his tongue danced against mine. Another press of his hips against mine made my body spin out of control and sent more and more heat to pool between my thighs. Aaron's lips left mine, revealing he was breathing as violently as I was. Without wasting a moment, his mouth landed on the soft spot between my jaw and neck. Looking up at the dark sky, I bared my throat for him. Another whimper left me, carried away by the breeze coming from the sea. "That sound?" Aaron breathed into my skin. That sound is driving me goddamn insane. Insanity. That was what this was, what was pumping in my veins. He kissed a path up to my throat, veering for my ear, leaving little nips that left my blood roaring, thundering across my body. My hands tore up his wide chest, reaching the nape of his neck, my fingers tangled in his hair, pulling at it softly when he nibbled at the skin below my earlobe. When he grazed his teeth over it, I pulled a little harder. Hold on to me, baby. In a swift move, Aaron picked me up from the floor, my legs going around him and my arms wrapping tighter around his neck. Somewhere in the back of my head, I worried about the fabric of the dress, about it not being airy or thin enough so it'd let me feel him, Aaron, all of him. Every doubt fled my mind as he pushed against me once more. My back came harder against the wall, and I could feel his length nestled between my legs. Hot. He was so hot and hard. That's not enough. More, I implored. I wanted more, more. I'd shred the dress to pieces if I had to. As he rocked his hips in one firm motion that made me see the stars, his lips found mine again, muffling another of my moans. You are killing me, Catalina, he said against my lips. My hold on his neck tightened, trying to bring him even closer. More. I know, he gritted out, and with another motion of his hips, he positioned himself right against my crease, almost tipping me over the edge. Aaron pressed himself against me, the heat of his hardness furiously seeping through the layers of clothing between us. More, I begged again. I wasn't ashamed. I'd do it again and again and again. So demanding. A husky chuckle caressed my lips. If I snuck my hand under your dress? Aaron rasped against my mouth, rocking against me and throbbing between my legs. How wet would I find you, baby? He wouldn't believe just how much. I didn't think I'd ever been this turned on, this aroused, this recklessly desperate for more. Aaron grazed my lips with his, the touch barely enough to appease me. I'm not going to do that. His voice was husky, bathed in the need I felt washing over my body. Not now. Why? I breathed out. Because I wouldn't be able to help myself, he growled in my ears. He rocked his hips against me once more, pressing me harder against the coarse surface behind my back. And the first time I'm inside of you, it's not going to be a quick fuck against a wall. I whimpered at his words, at the loss of not having what he had just painted so clearly in my head. I'd give him anything to have him bury himself deep inside me. Perhaps that way I wouldn't feel this void in the center of my chest. His forehead came to rest on top of mine again. Every motion came to a painful stop. I'd die a happy man if I could make you come right here and now, Aaron whispered, making me shiver. But anyone could walk by and see us, and that's a privilege I want for just myself. Sighing, I trailed my fingers through his hair, and then around his neck until coming to cup his jaw. Slowly, I came to my senses. You are right. My lips puckered, pouting. Blue eyes that shone like they had never done before crinkled with a smile. Look at that, he said before kissing me, way too briefly and for me to be anywhere satisfied. I will get foolish, crazy ideas if you start agreeing with me so easily. That got my pout to fall just a smidgen, and perhaps a small smile peeked out. And just as I was considering puckering my lips again, remembering how hot and bothered I still was, his head dipped again, and he kissed the remainder of that pout off my face. Let's go. Your family is probably wondering where we are. He slowly dropped me to the floor. Then he brushed his fingers over a few strands of hair that had come out of place, the back of his hand grazing my cheek before he stepped back. Perfect, he said, looking me up and down, and the word traveled straight to the middle of my chest. He offered his hand, and I took it before it hovered in the air for a complete second. I was a needy woman, it seemed, and when it came to Aaron, I'd take from him as much as he was willing to give me. And then, perhaps, I'd beg for more. Chapter 23. Ignited. That was exactly how I felt. It was what Aaron had done to me. He had lit me up, unraveled something that I realized now had been humming beneath my skin for a long time. Everything rioting deep inside of me hadn't been shaped out of just a few moments or an impossibly loud physical connection. What caused this uprising had already been there, buried. I had kept it submerged under the weight of buts, fears, and doubts, pushed down by my own stubbornness, too. But now that it had burst out, resurfacing and streaming out of me, mixed with need and want, and something that was exhilaratingly and absolutely terrifying, I knew that I had reached a point of no return. I wouldn't be able to push it down, shove it aside, or ignore it any longer. And I didn't think I wanted to. Not after having a taste of what could be mine. And I wasn't talking just about Aaron's lips. For the first time since we landed in Spain, every touch, look, smile, or word was real. After that kiss, every time Aaron grazed my arm with the back of his hand, it was because he wanted to. Every time he brushed a kiss on my shoulder, it was because he wasn't capable of helping himself. And every time he gathered me close and whispered something in my ear, it wasn't because my family was looking and we had a role to play. It was because he wanted me to hear how beautiful he thought I looked, and how lucky he felt to have me in his arms. We danced for hours, this time with nothing hanging over our heads, and I kissed that smile that was only for me. More than once. I simply couldn't help myself. Tonight, I had decided I'd stay in our bubble and deal with what awaited us in New York when we got there. Tonight was ours. Aaron closed the door of the room behind him, and I couldn't help but stare at him from my position at the end of the bed. We had just gotten to the apartment, and I had decided to give a rest to my wobbly legs and hurting feet while he fetched some water from the kitchen. One of his arms was behind his back, making me tilt my head with curiosity. He smiled when he revealed what was in his hand. I almost screamed at him to stop going after my poor, weak heart, because it wouldn't survive. A donut, glazed, and filled with chocolate cream. They had served them as a snack late in the night, and I had probably eaten more than I should have. "Aaron Blackford," I said, feeling as if something were being squashed in the vicinity of my heart. "Did you smuggle donuts out of the wedding in your pocket?" His smile had turned into a grin, a bashfully, unassumingly handsome grin, and my poor chest squeezed some more. "I knew you'd be hungry." "I am," I admitted, my voice sounding all wrong. "Thank you." He strode across the room and placed the donut on a napkin on top of the dresser. I took the chance to tell my heart to chill the hell out before it was too late and we both went down. Aaron turned as if he knew I needed one more minute to gather myself, but instead of doing that, I gawked at his back, watched how he shed himself of his suit jacket and delicately placed it on the only chair in the room. Dangerous thoughts started piling up in my head, traveling to the bottom of my stomach. When Aaron finally faced me, just as he was undoing the knot of his tie, those dangerous, reckless thoughts were probably displaying all over my face. Our gazes connected, and an uncontrollable blush rose up my neck, reaching my cheeks. Ironic how I had been devouring his lips hours ago, and now a simple look turned me inside out. Restless and flushed, I averted my gaze and leaned, reaching for my right foot. My fingers were clumsy as they worked at the strap of the beautiful yet painful high-heeled shoe. Exhaling with frustration, I fumbled with a thin band tied around my ankle for an embarrassing amount of time. I sensed Aaron coming closer, right to where I was, sitting on the bed as I unsuccessfully tried to untie the clasps of my right heel. If he found my predicament funny or ridiculous, he didn't say. Instead, he knelt on the floor in front of me and placed his palm over my hands, bringing my attempts to a halt. "Let me," he said, "please." I did. I was beginning to understand that I'd let him do almost anything if he asked. Aaron's strong fingers unclasped the fine straps and slowly slipped the shoe off, killing me with a tenderness I would never, not in a lifetime, have enough of. His hand captured my foot, placing it on top of his thigh. Simply that gesture, the contact of my sole on his leg, had the power to undo me. And it did. It cracked me wide open as Aaron's fingers slid to my ankle, kneading and easing the tension away as they went, robbing me of my breath. Those hands, what those hands could do to me if the simplicity of what he was doing sent bolts of electricity up my leg, straight to that neglected point low in my belly. The enemy that my own mind could sometimes be decided that this was a good moment to remind me that it had been a long time since I had been intimate with someone. And Aaron, well, one just needed to look at him to know that he probably had more experience than me. Anybody would. I had barely dated after Daniel and... Relax. A deep voice jerked me back to the moment. Aaron's fingers were still delicately rubbing my right ankle, softening the stiff muscles. I don't expect a single thing from you tonight, Catalina. He looked up at me, our gazes met. There was only earnestness in the blue of his eyes. Earlier when I kissed you, I let myself get carried away. Came on a little too strong, and I apologize. My lips parted, but nothing came out. You have to say something, baby. You're very quiet, and that's starting to freak me out. Baby. That baby did things to me. I liked it. Far too much. You have nothing to apologize for. I tried really hard to swallow all those stupid insecurities. So don't apologize, please. I looked into his eyes. You were perfect. You really are. That last part left my lips as nothing more than a whisper. The blue in Aaron's eyes simmered, darkened with determination. It stayed that way for a moment, that stretched and stretched until he cleared his throat and resumed his work. Turning to my other foot, he repeated the process, leaving the left stiletto where the other one rested on the floor. He massaged my left heel, his fingertips making their way up my ankle too. And only after he finished kneading the muscles and tendons there, he spoke. All set. Let's get you out of that dress, and you'll be ready for bed. And that was what did it. His unassuming words, the tenderness with which he had bared my feet, and the way he looked up at me from his position on the floor, as if his only goal here was making sure I was cared for. All of it broke something inside of me. I swore I even heard the cracking sound, slicing the silence in the room in two. No. His back straightened, his gaze rising until eye level with me. Then tell me. His jaw hardened. Tell me what you want. Instead of voicing it, I reached out and placed my hand on the nape of his neck. I pulled, attempting to bring him closer, and Aaron let me, allowing me to show him where I needed him. Our faces were mere inches away. My memory of the taste of his lips was almost too powerful for me to resist him any longer. Still on his knees, Aaron inched closer, placing his torso between my thighs and his hands on each of my sides, right next to my hips. What else? I could hear the need in his voice. I could almost taste it. Unable to stop myself, my fingertips pulled all the strands of raven hair at his neck. You, I told him with that tug, incapable to articulate a word. I need to hear you say it, he breathed into my lips, not closing the gap, still not sealing it. My other hand landed on his upper arm, and I noticed immediately how those toned muscles bunched beneath the fabric of his shirt, constrained, as if he was physically stopping himself from coming closer. Tell me what you want, he repeated, his voice almost breaking. You, I rasped out, a dam breaking. I want anything you're willing to give me. I needed him to inch closer, to eat the space between us and make it disappear, to come on top of me until the outlines of our bodies blurred. It's you I want. Never in my life had I imagined breathless words like mine would be the key to something so powerful. A growl escaped Aaron's body, his eyes turning feral. Hunger like I had never witnessed, not even earlier when we had kissed, burrowed itself in Aaron's features, giving way to a pained expression. I'll give you the world, he said against my mouth. The moon, the fucking stars, anything you ask, it's yours. I'm yours. And then my world exploded. Aaron's mouth was against mine, nothing soft about the branding contact. He parted my lips, his tongue plunging inside, while his hands slowly trailed up my back. He pulled me to him, leaving my ass resting on the edge of the bed. My legs went around his waist, a little too high to make the contact I craved the most, that I knew would make me see those stars he had just promised me. My head spun out of control, the feel of his strong body between my thighs overwhelming, intoxicating, provoking. I wanted to stay right here forever, with Aaron on his knees and my body wrapped around him, with his lips against mine, his hands in my hair. No, I wanted more than that, but I needed all these clothes to go away first. Aaron pulled me closer into his chest, making my body churn, looking for the friction I ached for. Without breaking the kiss or his hold on my body, he stood up on strong legs, taking me up with him. Holding my legs around his waist, he positioned me exactly where I was coming out of my skin for him to be, sending a twirl of pleasure through every cell in my body at the maddening sensation of having his hardness nestled between my thighs. The warmth of his hands on my ass seeped through the clothing of my dress, the heat of his length throbbing against my center. Hot, so hot that my skin burned. In 2 strides, Aaron had me against the wall. He rocked against my center just once, and it ripped a pained whimper out of me. "Tell me if you want me to stop." He gritted out against my lips, his body stiff and rock-like beneath my hands. "Tell me what's okay for me to do." Pushing his hips into me to hold me against the wall and bringing to my sight a starry sky of delirium, he dragged his hands at my sides, stopping when he reached the swell of my breasts. His long fingers grazed the thin cloth covering them. "Does this feel good, baby?" he rasped. Nodding my head, I arched my back, pushing them against his hands that didn't waste a second in accepting my offer. Aaron kneading my breasts leisurely, his thumb grazing over the fabric that covered my nipples. That urge of shredding my dress off my body returned with a vengeance, and I had to physically fight my hands from exposing my skin so he'd touch me, not the stupid gown. Me, just me. As if he had just read my mind, Aaron's hands flew to my shoulders. He took hold of the straps of my dress, playing delicately with the fine material before asking, "Can I bring these down?" His watchfulness, his never-ending diligence at making sure I was comfortable, kept tearing at something inside my chest, something I was afraid that once brought down wouldn't crystallize back as it had been ever again. "Yes," I told him, hearing the urgency in my voice. Catching me completely off guard, instead of bringing the straps down, Aaron's hand slid to my waist, dislodging me from his body. He deposited me on the floor, and my fingertips drifted from his neck to his chest at the difference in height. Frowning at the loss, I looked up. Aaron's soft chuckle and radiant smile barely registered when those 2 large palms that rested on my hips turned me around, briskly. His hands fell flat on the wall. His breath caressed the back of my neck, launching a riot of shivers to gallop down my body. Strong fingers reached for the zipper of my dress, just above the small of my back. He brought it down, my underwear peeking out, if I recalled correctly how low that zipper went. I felt myself swallow, just as I heard a strangled sound leaving Aaron. His fingers slowly trailed up my spine, a flock of tingles taking flight. When he reached the straps at my shoulders, he pulled them down. The dress slid down my body and pooled on the floor, leaving me in nothing but my panties. And God, I had never been happier about wearing a dress with a built-in bra. Looking over my shoulder at him, I found a troubled expression marring his handsome face. Unconsciously, my body tried to turn, but Aaron's arms came around me. One hand landed on my stomach, while the other went to my hip. He pulled me into him, the heat of his whole body on my bare back, overrunning my senses. His chin dipped, falling on my shoulder. "Give me a minute," he breathed into my ear. After a few seconds of neither of us moving an inch, just taking it all in, I felt his lips on my neck. "I'm trying to take it slow, Lena. I swear I am," he continued, his hand drifting up my stomach. His thumb grazed the skin of my breast. "But you are driving me right out of my mind." That fingertip brushed over my nipple, eliciting a deep moan out of me, earning me one of his in return, and the hand that rested on my hip slid down to my thigh, close to the edge of my panties, just a few inches from the point where all this heat running through my body gathered. I'm dying to learn every inch of skin on your body. He took my nipple between his index finger and thumb and pulled softly. I whimpered, demolished, devastated. To memorize you? His voice danced with the same desperation rushing down my belly. Do you want that? Yes. My voice sounded brittle, just as much as my sanity if he denied me. I need you to touch me. Aaron grumbled, his chest rumbling with the sound. My hands flew back, landing on his shoulders and arching my body for his taking. His arm pulled me closer, my backside flush against him. He rocked his hips, and then his hand trailed up and down my thigh. Open for me, he demanded into my neck, while pushing my legs open with his knee from behind, widening my stance so it granted him easier access. Let's finally see how wet you are. His fingers snuck under the edge of my panties, grazing the hair and skin there, and making my legs wobble at the pleasure of the powerful contact. Aaron's hold on my hip tightened, pulling my back against his hard length, and I felt it pulsating against my skin, even through the fabric of his pants. Continuing his path, his fingers finally reached my wet folds, pressing for just an instant and then gliding down slowly. My lips parted as a moan climbed out of my body. I hadn't been this wet or turned on in my entire life. Fuck. Aaron's curse wasn't more than a rasp. Is this all for me? If I managed to whimper an affirmative reply, I couldn't know. I just guessed that whatever my answer had been, it satisfied Aaron, because his fingers moved up and down my folds, coating everything in my pleasure, turning my blood into molten lava. If I slide my fingers inside your pussy, I'm going to lose control. He told me in a deep and inky voice, a warning, a promise. Is that something you're ready for? His thumb started circling my clit, almost bringing me to my knees. My back arched. Aaron. His voice lowered even further. That's not an answer, baby. His fingers increased their pace, making me lightheaded. Do you want me to get you off and hold you until you fall asleep? His other hand rose to my breast, teasing my nipple. Or do you want me to claim it with my cock? So commanding and yet so fucking thoughtful. Cherishing me, ravishing me, he was everything I needed, everything my body craved and my heart had been missing. For what I would soon learn was the last time tonight, I told him what he demanded to hear, the truth that I had kept under key deep inside. I'm ready, Aaron. I brought my hand to his, which was partly covered by my panties. Take me, all of me. I tightened my hold on him and pressed both our hands against my center. Claim me. Aaron didn't lose any time. One of his fingers slid inside me in one swift motion, a moan forming in the depths of my chest at the blissful invasion. God, it had been so long since nothing but my own fingers had been there. You are drenched, baby. All for me. Aaron kept thrusting inside, adding a second finger and bringing bright little spots to the backs of my eyes. All of you. Mine. Something started unraveling, cracking me wide open, tilting my body toward the edge. Aaron, this is too much. Panting. I was panting as I lost control over my body. It's not too much. This is what real feels like, he murmured against my neck as his other hand grazed one of my breasts. I was so close to toppling over. A million different sorts of sensations cascaded down my body, spreading from every point where Aaron was touching me, tattooing my skin. The way he thrust his fingers inside of me, or how he played with the tips of my breasts. The rocking of his hips against my backside, in sync with the plunging of his hand. It was all too much. Too much. That's it. I can feel your pussy gripping my fingers. His words pushed me a little closer to the edge, every single second of this blissful torture blinding me with more pleasure. Ride them, baby. Come on them. And I did. Oh God, I did. I tipped over the edge, My head went spinning, my limbs were robbed of all strength, and while I moaned and whimpered senseless words mixed with Aaron's name, his fingers kept driving inside of me, dragging it out, walking me through it until eventually, slowing down and coming to a stop over my still pulsating center. After what could have been a couple of seconds or a few minutes, Aaron extricated his fingers from me. Tipping my head to the side, I looked up because I wanted to see his handsome face and ocean blue eyes. I found him gazing down at me with a smile that was new. It was one that I had never seen, one mixed with hunger and need and something else, something more powerful than all that. As I eyed him, probably with a spent and blissful look on my face, I watched how he lifted the fingers that had been inside of me moments ago and introduced them into his mouth. His eyes closed, and his face contorted into an expression I would never forget. An expression that would be branded in my mind for the rest of my goddamn life and that would haunt me in the wet dreams I'd start having now. Aaron grunted, opening his eyes back and finding mine. I could come just with your taste, with you in my arms like this. So primal, so basic, so hot. I couldn't begin to articulate an answer, to move. He must have seen that because one of his arms went below my legs and the other around my back. Picking me up from the floor, he carried me to the bed and placed me on top of the velvety linen. Aaron stood to one side of the bed, his fingers flying at the buttons of his shirt. One of them unclasped, his chest peeking out of the fabric. My hands itched to touch him. That was what tore through my absorption. I wouldn't let him get that away from me. I wanted the privilege of undressing him. Crawling across the bed as my gaze zeroed in on that next button, I made my way to him, straightening on my knees when I reached him. I want to do this. My hands replaced his, taking infinite pleasure in every little button that came undone under my fingers. One by one, I worked down his torso, feeling how Aaron's chest swayed up and down, his breath coming in and out heavily. When I was done, I shed him of his shirt, discarding it on the floor. If I had thought his chest was flawless the day I had seen it for the first time, now, with everything else, with every powerful emotion humming under my skin, it was simply heavenly. My palms landed on that taut skin, and I was catapulted straight into heaven. My fingertips memorized every mount and valley, every inch of skin that seemed to have been sculpted in stone. Tight, smooth, glorious. All of him for me. Grazing my nails down his chest, I reached his stomach. Aaron shivered under my touch. Not satisfied, I slid my fingers further down, following the thin line of dark hair. Enthralled, my gaze devoured every one of my motions. God, there wasn't enough time in a lifetime for me to get tired of this sight, of him under my hands. Reaching the button of his pants, I looked up, just in time to watch Aaron's jaw bunching, the blue in his eyes glazing. My fingertips brushed lower, feeling him thick and hot through the dark fabric of his suit. He grunted, pushing his hips up into my hands. My knees wobbled under my weight, my head lighter as I grazed my palm over him. Aaron's head dipped, his lips falling on my temple, brushing a kiss there. His hands came up and landed on top of mine. Fumbling with the button together, we undid it. Next was the zipper, and I hesitated, froze. Even if I felt like I would implode if I didn't bring that zipper down, I hesitated. My fingers shook with the thought. We're doing this, and fuck, this feels like more than sex. It feels like so much more. What's wrong, baby? Aaron whispered against my temples. Looking up, I searched his face. How could I tell him that all my bravado had somehow died, that my hands shook with need, but that I realized I didn't really know what I was doing, what we were doing? Aaron released a breath, his jaw setting with decision. Something clicked behind his eyes. He took both my hands in his and placed them above his chest. My heart is beating 1,000,000 miles an hour, too. Do you feel that? I nodded my head, some of my fear dissipating. Then he brought my hands against his hard length. "Do you feel this too, Lena? Do you feel how hard I am in my pants?" He punctuated both his questions by thrusting his hips into my palms. I exhaled through my nose at the throbbing contact. "Yes, it's all because of you. It's you who makes my cock this hard, and it's you who makes my heart want to break out of my chest with a brief touch or a simple look. But it's nothing to be scared of. We are in this together, remember?" His words fueled something inside of me, unearthing the need from beneath my sudden insecurities, my doubts, my fears. I dipped my head, placing a kiss above his heart. "We are." Then my hand moved over the fabric of his pants, palming his length very slowly. Aaron groaned, and I felt his lips falling on my temple again. He placed an encouraging kiss there. "Take me out." I obliged. I was at his mercy. I'd do anything if he asked. So I unzipped his pants, zeroing in on the bulge contained in his boxers. Following his demand, I slid down both his pants and underwear, just enough so his length sprang free. My fingers circled him, giving him one single stroke. A strangled sound emerged from Aaron's body. "Jesus, that feels so good." Stroking him once again, I relished in the feel of his cock between my fingers, smooth and hard, throbbing under my touch. I wondered how it'd feel under my tongue. Following my hasty impulse, I leaned down, hearing Aaron's gasp at my sudden change in position. I placed my lips on his shaft, circling him then with my mouth, making contact with my tongue. God, all the blood in my body pulled down in my center, my need pulsating and piercing every one of my senses. Taking hold of my hair, Aaron pulled delicately. "Baby." He tugged at my hair again. This time his hips reared back, just enough to make me stop. "I want this, I do, but I'm not going to come in your mouth tonight." Moving his hands to my shoulders, he pulled me up. In a deliriously swift move, he had me on my back. In another one, he got rid of his pants and boxers. Aaron is naked. Every single thing about him was solid and delectable, big, powerful, perfect, and all for me. My breath hitched at the thought. Hungry blue eyes, which I would gladly get lost in, swiped up and down my body as I lay on the bed. Just as I wanted to learn by heart the lines delineating his flexed arms and chest, memorize that jutting thickness that had me licking my lips, commit to memory those powerful thighs that had always driven me crazy, I wanted to tattoo all of it in my mind, keep it forever. Aaron walked to his toiletry bag, which rested atop the small dresser in front of the bed, and grabbed a foil package. Walking up to the bed, he let the condom fall on top of the covers right beside me. I followed all his movements, enthralled, unable to move myself. Looking down at me with burning intensity, Aaron brought his hand to his length and pumped his hardness. One hard pump. "I don't know how I'm going to take this slow," he rasped, giving his cock another rough and hard thrust with his fist. "Then don't," I begged, eating up the image before me, stopping myself from pouncing on him. "Don't take it slow. I want all of you, all around me, inside of me, everywhere." Before my own words registered, Aaron was on top of me, his mouth devouring mine, devouring me, his hips between my open legs, which I had wrapped around his waist, his pulsating thickness nestled against me. "These need to come off, now," Aaron grated in my ear as his fingers fumbled with the flimsy fabric of my panties. Next thing I knew, they were on the floor, and Aaron was settled between my thighs once more, nothing between us. Right where I needed him, where he seemed to belong. He went on his knees, granting me the view of his large and hard body. The pace of my breath increased. The blood swirled. Reaching for the condom, he ripped open the foil and rolled it down his length, his eyes remaining on mine. "You are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen lying right there. All for me." His gaze softened, reaching into my heart and pulling something out, leaving a little hole behind, one that I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to fill again. Aaron bent down, his lips falling somewhere beside my hips, grazing the skin all the way to the junction of my thighs. He placed a kiss there, then another and another one. He grunted and then dipped lower, as if he couldn't stop himself, his tongue delving into my center. The contact was brief, but it sent my senses flying, a moan breaking out of me. Pleasure erupted out of that point, spreading out like electricity, snapping every nerve ending in my body. Aaron's reaction was immediate, his whole body coming alive, bustling. His lips made their way up my body, leaving a trail of charring kisses, brushing soft kisses along my jaw, neck, and shoulders. And when his weight finally settled over me, I could only reach for his face with my hands. Bringing him to my mouth, I kissed him, slowly but intently, leaving both of us panting. "Aaron," I whispered between heavy breaths, "is this real?" I couldn't believe it. It felt like a dream, like I would wake up at any moment. Aaron looked into my eyes, probably peeking into a place deep within me, one that I didn't have access to myself. But in return, he granted me that access himself. Everything we felt, all that had been buried and denied, surfaced, bared. We were stripped of all pretenses before the other, exposed. "This is as real as it gets, as anything will ever be." He brushed a kiss against the corner of my lips. His words, the raw openness in the blue of his gaze, and the heat of his body, the way it wrapped around me, all of it made my heart burst, made every cell in my body shake violently and blow up into a million fragments. Aaron must have felt the same, because our bodies emerged from the fog and went into a frenzy. His fingers and tongue outlined my body, lips, neck, collarbone, breasts. Everything burned under Aaron's lips. His hips rocked against my core, pushing his length between my legs, the tip sliding down with every sway of his body until reaching my entrance. When he lifted his mouth from my seared skin, his gaze returned to my eyes, asking permission without words. "Yes, yes," I accompanied my answer with a push of my hips into him. "Please," I breathed, pushing again, feeling how his cock slid inside me just a sliver. Not enough. Placing a kiss on my collarbone, Aaron finally pressed into me. One slow and deep thrust, filling me completely and sending my head, my body, my soul to a whole new galaxy. "God," I whimpered, blissfully full. Aaron's grunt fell against my temple. "Oh, fuck, baby." His hips rocked, retreating and sliding back in with more force now, eliciting a cry of pleasure from me. His mouth nuzzled my neck. "That sound, Catalina." He thrust in again. "It's going to be my end." Another one followed. My hands flew to his hair, pulling it with my fingers, goading him to lose the remains of his restraint. And he did. With another grunt, Aaron thrust into me harder, pushing my whole body up. I moaned, certain I'd drown in the waves of pleasure rocking my body. "Grab onto the headboard," Aaron growled, taking hold of my wrists and bringing them up himself. I obeyed, closing my fists around the bars, hoping they'd resist our attack. "I need this," I whimpered. "Need more." Aaron rocked into me as he braced himself on the headboard. His pace gave away all remnants of control. "You need me," he grunted, thrusting into me even faster. My back arched in return. He plunged into me hard. Then he did it again, harder. "It's me you need." God, did he know? Wasn't it painfully obvious that I did? Another brisk thrust. "Say it." "Yes," I moaned, my body losing all its strength under the waves of pleasure. "You, Aaron. I need you." That last word broke the thin grasp of sanity he had seemed to be holding on to, and his thrusts lost all sense of rhythm. They came harder, faster, deeper, all of it at once. Aaron rocked into me with abandon. Our flesh clashed together while I remained holding on to the headboard and watched his body move around me. His cock slid in and out of me, the muscles of his abs flexing, his powerful shoulders bunched, all of it jamming me closer and closer to the edge. "I want to feel you milking me, baby," he said before stealing my mouth. One of his hands flew to my breasts, closing over my rosy peak. "Come for me," he demanded in a husky voice. "Come on my cock." His words, his feral rhythm, his body pinning mine, all of it made my eyelids flutter shut. My blood burned, blazed with every thrust. A desperate plea escaped my lips. "Aaron!" "Look at me. I want you to look at me." He lifted my weight, placing me against his chest. He moved me, burrowing himself into me from below, lifting and pressing me into him. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I felt the high coming alive. I tugged at his hair, hard. Aaron pulled both my arms behind my back, securing my wrists with one hand. My back arched. "Look at you, at my mercy." He increased the rhythm of my hips, of the way he jerked me onto his cock. "Just where I've wanted you all this time." One deep and hard thrust after, Aaron's jaw tightened at the same time his other hand reached between us, his fingers landing above the spot where we were connected, circling, rubbing. And before I could do anything about it, I was sent flying, right at the same time as I felt Aaron pulsating his release inside of me. My name left him in an animalistic growl. Pure, unadulterated bliss shocked me as the motion of his hips continued, his thrusts growing slower, riding us both through the climax. His arms tightened around me, his face burrowed in my neck, the outline of our bodies a blur until his hips came to a stop. We remained there, suspended in time, the beating of our hearts against each other's skin and the soothing rhythm of his pulse under my touch. Eventually, Aaron pulled out of me and laid us on our sides, his arms still wrapped around me. He nestled me against his chest, and I knew I was ruined for any other embrace. Nothing else would ever compare. He brushed a kiss against my neck, then one against my temple, leaving his lips there for a long moment. "Was that too much?" I turned my face into his chest and placed my lips above his heart. "No, never." And I meant it. I trailed off, my voice turning into a whisper. "I liked how you lost control. I liked it a lot." "Careful." I felt his hand on my hair, his palm brushing down the tousled locks. "If you get any more perfect, I'm going to believe you were made just for me." My lips curled up in a giddy smile with the thought, and I had to press my mouth into his chest so I wouldn't say what was on my mind. "Keep me. It's the least you can do if I was." After a few minutes, Aaron shifted, my arms locked tighter around his neck. "I need to take care of the condom, baby." He tried pushing away, but I refused to let him go. His chuckle came light and sunny, and just like a blow to the chest, it distracted me enough for him to slip out. I whimpered, disappointed and cold. I guessed I was a greedy woman when it came to cuddles. Or perhaps it was when it came to him. "I'll be back before you blink, promise." Luckily for him, he was, and the sight he treated me to as he strolled flawlessly naked across the room helped his case. Once back on the bed, he wrapped himself around me, tucking me to his side. He pulled the light comforter over us and hummed with deep, sultry content. "Yup," I thought, "same here." "See?" he said against my hair. "Not even a full minute." I sighed into his chest. "I'm needy, okay?" I admitted, unashamed. "And I'm not talking just snuggles needy. I'm spider monkey needy." I made my point, throwing my leg over his and my arm over his chest, tangling our bodies in a way that I guessed wasn't anywhere close to being cute. Somehow, even with my face buried in his neck, I knew he was smiling. Then his chest rumbled, confirming that he wasn't just doing that. "Are you laughing at my misfortune?" "I wouldn't dare. Just enjoying you being all greedy with me, spider monkey." His palm trailed down my spine, stopping at my backside. He squeezed. "But if you don't behave, we will never manage to get any sleep tonight. And as devastating as it is, I only had that condom. My grip on him loosened a little. Did you expect this to happen? I asked, thinking of him slipping a condom in his luggage. A rush of anticipation rose beneath my skin. No, he answered softly, his fingers making their way up my neck. But I'm not going to lie to you. A big part of me hoped it would, and maybe that's why I left it in. It had been there forever anyway, so I thought it wouldn't hurt. I'm happy you did, I told him truthfully, and his hand came to rest at the nape of my neck. His fingers slipped in, tangling with my hair. It's too bad you didn't think of throwing in more. The sound that came out of Aaron's throat gave me life. Oh, yeah? Instead of answering what I hoped was a rhetorical question, because how could I not mourn the loss of more mind-blowing sex like that? A different question popped up in my mind. Can I ask you something? I ventured, leaning back so I could look at his face. Aaron's head tilted back too, finding my eyes. You can ask me anything. How in the world is your Spanish so good? His lips tugged sheepishly. Seriously, I continued, grilling him for an answer. I had no idea you spoke a word of Spanish. You never told me you were so good at it. I watched his eyes sparkle at the compliment. I liked putting that there, just as much as I liked making him smile. To think that you might have understood all the names I called you? He sighed, his cheeks turning a little pink. I really didn't. What do you mean? You said everything had to go absolutely perfectly. I searched his face for the meaning behind that. So you just, started a crash course before flying here? It had been a joke, but Aaron shrugged his shoulders. Understanding sank in slowly. Oh my God, you did, I said under my breath. For me. He did that for me. It's not like I had never learned Spanish before. I did, in school. He reached for my hair again, playing absently with a strand, curling it around his index finger. And now there's an app for anything. I learned enough to make a good impression. I still have a long way to go. Something must have been plastered all over my face, something I hoped wasn't the adoration I felt for him in that precise moment, because Aaron's eyes seemed oddly interested in studying me. Then, he brought me even closer to his chest, tucked me securely against him, and placed a kiss on my shoulder. I melted onto that brush of his lips like butter left under the sun. I bet I'm still missing all the interesting vocabulary, he added, sounding thoughtful. He brushed another kiss on my shoulder. The best words. Oh, my lips curled up, interested in the direction the conversation was taking. You want me to teach you all the dirty words? I looked up at him and wiggled my eyebrows. Aaron gave me a lopsided smile that would have made my panties drop to the floor had they been resting on my hips. Well, you are in luck. I'm a wonderful teacher. And I am a highly dedicated student. He winked, and that goddamn wink disrupted the beating of my heart, although I might get a little distracted every now and then. I see. I placed my index finger against his chest, watching Aaron's eyes dive down quickly before returning to my face. Maybe you need the right kind of motivation to keep your attention on the subject. I trailed that finger up, traveling across his pec and then up his neck, following the line of his jaw until reaching his lips. They parted with a shallow breath. This, I pushed myself up and kissed his lips gently. This is a 6-letter word in Spanish. Labios. Tus labios. Your lips. The only answer he gave me was taking my mouth in his again, as if the only way he'd learn the word was tasting it. And this, I said before parting his lips and making the kiss deeper, our tongues dancing together, is another 6-letter word. Lengua. Tongue. I think I really like that one. Aaron's head dipped low, his new favorite word reaching my breast. And this? What do you call this? He said, grazing his mouth over the peak. A giggle that soon turned into a moan left my mouth before I was able to answer. That's a 5-letter word. Pezón. Nipple. Aaron hummed while his lips traveled up my chest, placing soft kisses on his way. So, we have worked on 6- and 5-letter words. He placed more of those pecks on my skin. Just for the sake of sticking to your method, we should go over 4-letter words. Would you teach me one? Aaron's wish fell against my skin. A 4-letter word. It shouldn't have been complicated. There were probably thousands of 4-letter words in my mother tongue. But my mind was a treacherous thing, and it betrayed me, often. And the only word I could think of was a very particular one. One that, despite not being too long, was powerful enough to change things, to change people's lives, to move mountains and start wars. It was a big word that I had promised myself I wouldn't give anybody without being sure I meant it with every molecule in my body, without being sure I was safe. My silence seemed to give Aaron the perfect opportunity to keep exploring my skin, his mouth causing my heart to pound against my chest. I don't know, I murmured distractedly, scared and turned on, too. More kisses were brushed against my skin, making me fight to catch my breath. It's okay, he said, like he really meant it. We can break the rules. That's the magic in being us, the ones making them. He took my mouth keenly, getting me out of my head for a blissful moment, and when we came up for air, his head dipped one more time, placing an open-mouthed kiss above my heart. Corazón, he said softly, so softly that the word seeped into my blood, mixing with my own so it would never be able to leave. Heart. That's your heart. 7 letters. Looking into his eyes for a long moment, I swore I could see in them everything he wasn't voicing. I'll make it mine. And everything I wasn't brave enough to say. Take it. When Aaron finally spoke, it sounded like a promise. I'll earn my 4-letter word. And there wasn't a doubt in my mind that he would. But at what cost? Chapter 24. The experience of waking up next to Aaron that following morning had absolutely nothing to do with the 2 other times I had opened my eyes to find him lying in the same bed. For one, we were naked, something I thought I could quickly get used to, effortlessly. Then there was this teeny-tiny thing that separated this morning from the previous ones. A technicality, really, and that was the beaming grin already on my face. It was stupidly wide, and I was afraid I might have slept with it. Ridiculous, I knew. But who had the time to be embarrassed when Aaron Blackford was right there, all big and naked and ready to be eaten? Not me. And not when something definitely not tiny was throbbing against my thigh. Aaron grunted, shifting and pushing that pulsating part of his body into me. Ah, hello, new favorite limb. Morning. He rasped. His voice was thick with sleep, begging me to snuggle into him. I managed to answer. It was terribly rude of me, but I was busy with more important stuff, like learning every inch of his chest with my hands, or the abs that topped his stomach, and the narrow trail of dark hair. Yes, I needed to get well acquainted with that, too. Your parents are picking us up soon, he told me almost breathlessly. Yep, I was aware. But 1 hour is 60 minutes, and if we manage to pack our suitcase in 5 and shower in 3, that leaves us 52 whole minutes. Time I was planning to spend learning more of Aaron's body. One can do many things with so many minutes. It's all about time management. My fingers continued their pathway down, 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 finally closing around his length. Aaron pushed his hips up into my palm. Baby. The word sounded strangled, but I continued palming his hardness up and down. Do you want to kill me? He kept asking me that as if I had the answer. No? I rasped, my focus completely gone. Yes? His hips thrust into my hand. What was the question? Aaron groaned, and his hand came to rest on the small of my back, pulling me to his side, hard, making me straddle his hip. Unconsciously, instinctively, I rocked against him, looking for release, just like Aaron was doing into my hand. At that moment, I was starting to consider the possibility of forgetting about my suitcase, my parents, our flight back, work, life. and basically anything outside this bed. Anything that wasn't Aaron. I simply didn't care enough. And the next thing I knew, we were up in the air. Well, I was. With my body in his arms, Aaron crossed the distance to the en-suite bathroom in a few long strides. He turned the shower on without placing me on the floor. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but 52 minutes is not nearly enough time for what I want to do to you, so we'll have to multitask, he explained, placing me under the stream of hot water. His eyes roamed up and down my body, hunger obscuring the blue in them. Time management and multitasking, I told him, watching him step inside the shower with me. You have an impressive resume, Mr. Blackford. His hands came to rest on my hips, the grip of his fingers demanding, desperate. And I don't shy away from a challenge. Please add that in there too. His body pressed mine against the cold, smooth tiles. I'll just have to make you come with my tongue while we shower. My new favorite word peeked out, traveling along his lower lip. Hot fucking damn. And maybe while we pack. All of it under 52 minutes, but I'm pretty sure I'll manage. Oh boy. And did he ever. Against all odds, we had made it on time. Turned out that Aaron's soft skills were really that impressive. My parents drove us to the airport with more than enough extra time to have breakfast in the terminal before boarding. Once in the plane, Aaron's arm draped around my shoulders, and I snuggled right into his side. My head rested in the crook of his neck, his delicious scent engulfing me and causing a multitude of happy sighs to leave my lips. The feeling of this new sense of normalcy that had been born between us calmed me enough to knock me out, even before takeoff. It wasn't until we touched American ground that a familiar alarm went off in my head. The conversation. If I were smart, I would have used that large amount of time we had been confined in the same space to have one. We needed to draw lines, to define the box whatever this thing between us was, to decide what to do about it. Because while I wouldn't normally feel that kind of pressure, Aaron wasn't just anybody. He wasn't a man I had started casually dating, or one I had a night of amazing mind-blowing sex with. He was Aaron, my work colleague, soon my boss. And that screamed to take a different approach to this. Whatever he wanted it to be. Whatever we wanted to make it. But for that, we needed to talk. His hand came to rest at the small of my back, his thumb brushing a circle over my t-shirt. I looked up at him, finding his gaze already on me. Damn, those eyes of his were quickly becoming my favorite thing in the world, even more so than triple chocolate brownies. We had just crossed the arrivals gate, so we found ourselves in the middle of the terminal, on New York soil, only a few feet from what awaited us outside the airport, whatever that was. Lena, he said softly. Judging by the way he had uttered my name, the weight with which he had said it, I knew he was going to tell me something important. But that simple word, my name, not Catalina, but Lena, from his lips said things to me, to my chest, to my head. I love hearing that. My name. My confession left my lips quietly, as if it were meant to be just a thought. You don't call me Lena nearly enough. Aaron looked into my eyes for a long moment, not speaking, not acknowledging my fleeting comment. It wasn't until I thought he wasn't going to say anything at all that we would walk out of that airport in silence and continue our merry separate ways that he spoke. Come home with me? To my place? Caught off guard, I blinked. In stunned silence, I thought about how I would love nothing more than to spend more time with him, to get lost in him for a little longer before having to go back to real life. Before we had to talk, have the conversation that would consolidate or not every single thing that had changed between us. A conversation I feared more and more with every passing minute. I wanted to take the leap, badly, but my experience told me otherwise, warning me not to make the same mistake twice. And I knew deep in my bones that recovering from that, from losing Aaron, or from possibly ruining years of hard work under dirty and unfair accusations, if history was to repeat itself, would not be easy. It would be the hardest thing I'd have to do in my life. I already knew. As all that swirled in my head, I watched something that looked a lot like trepidation, fear, dance in Aaron's features. "Come with me, Lena." My eyelids shut briefly. "I'll feed you. Make sure we stay awake so the jet lag doesn't last for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, early in the morning, we'll drive to your apartment so you can grab whatever you need, and then we'll head to work." He paused. "Together." It sounded like a dream. Just like him. He had to be if he thought he had to convince me to go with him anywhere. I wanted to, so badly. I'd follow him anywhere if he asked, but there was always a but, wasn't there? "Aaron," I breathed, "I'm going to be very honest with you. I owed him, and me, and us at least that. I'm scared, terrified. You were going to be promoted to my division leader, and that's going to change things." I switched my gaze to his chest. There was too much in his eyes. They distracted me, stole away my sanity. "We are not in Spain any longer. This is real life, and this," I waved a hand between us, "is going to complicate things." Or perhaps it was the other way around. Him being promoted to a position above me would complicate whatever this could be. He snatched my hand and brought it to his chest, so warm and firm, so full of all the things I wanted but was terrified to reach for. "We'll talk about it later, once we have cleaned up and I have you comfortable and relaxed." His other hand came to my chin, tilting my head back so he could peer into my eyes. "And tomorrow, we'll talk to HR. We will ask Sharon if that gives you any peace of mind." Why? Why, world? Why did he have to be so thoughtful, so fucking perfect? "But before doing that, you'll have to give us a chance." It was his turn for a shaky breath to leave his lips. "Do you trust me?" My hand, which still rested over his chest, right above his heart, fisted the fabric of his shirt. Unable to do anything else but hold on to him. "Take me home, Aaron Blackford." Staring at the screen of my phone, I deliberated for the 100th time if I should reply to the message with the truth. She's gonna flip. She's going to kick my ass so hard that she'll send me right back to Spain. Lifting my gaze off the screen and looking at my reflection in the mirror, Aaron's bathroom mirror, I didn't like what I saw. It had nothing to do with the bags under my eyes or the messy knot that had been promoted to chaotic, probably somewhere across the Atlantic Ocean. What bothered me wasn't something I could point out with a finger or fix with a shower, a few hours of sleep, and a brush. Turning away, I leaned on the edge of the impressive and enticing bathtub, large enough to accommodate 2 Aarons, just like everything else in his apartment, spacious and luxurious in a very sober and tasteful way. It suited him so perfectly. I peered down at my phone again to reread her message. "Rosie, are you back? How bad was it? Tell me everything in front of a coffee, or 2, maybe 3. How much is there to tell?" Just as I finally worked up the courage to answer, 3 dots started dancing on the screen. "Rosie, can I come by your apartment, bring the caffeine to you? In 1 hour? 30 minutes? Now?" I could picture my friend batting her eyelashes at me. Rosie had never drilled me so hard for a story. "Lena, I'm not at my apartment." "Rosie, still at the airport? I can come by later. Just give me a time." Taking a deep breath, I typed my answer. "Lena, I don't think I'm going back to my place tonight." 3 dots bounced back to life on the screen. She typed and typed and typed for a stupidly large amount of time. I frowned at my phone, bracing myself. "Rosie, I knew it." A strangled sound climbed up my throat. That's all she was typing? "Rosie, so? Spill it, type it, so I can tell you that I saw it coming." I chuckled under my breath. Had I been that blind? "Lena, ... Rosie, say it. Say it out loud. Say it." "Lena, chill, Edward Cullen." "Rosie, Catalina, if you don't start talking, I'm going to get pissed, and I never do that. You still don't know what a pissed Rosie looks like." "Lena, Aaron's. I'm at Aaron's apartment. Rosie. Of course you are. I want to know the rest. Lena. The rest? Rosie. A condensed version. For now. Lena. We sort of kissed. Kinda slept together. Rosie. Sort of? Kinda? What does that even mean? Lena. Eye roll emoji. We did. Kissed. Had sex. Rosie. And so much more, I was about to type, but my thumbs froze above the screen. Ugh, then they worked at breakneck speed. Lena. And I'm a mess. I'm scared and giddy, stupidly happy too, and he's so good to me, so good that it feels like a dream I'm going to wake up from with cold sweat sticking to my skin. And you know how much I hate when that happens. Remember when I dreamed that I was getting raunchy with Joe Manganiello and the fire alarm in my building went off right as he was unclasping his belt buckle and I was cranky for a whole month? Lena. This feels a million worlds better than that dream. Galaxies better. It was. And I wasn't just talking about the way my body seemed to come alive under his touch. Hell, that was the smallest part of all of this. Lena. I don't want to wake up, Rosie. Rosie. Oh, sweetie. I could almost feel the hug that would have followed that. Lena. Anyway, I'll tell you everything about it tomorrow. This wasn't a conversation we should be having via text anyway. Rosie. You'd better do that, otherwise I'll kick your ass. A knock came from the door. Baby, said a deep voice from the other side, the word making my heart pound. I'm going to start thinking that you're hiding from me. God, I sucked so much. Aaron continued. Come out, and let's get something to eat. You pick. My jet-lagged stomach grumbled at the thought. Even fish tacos? Especially fish tacos. Damn it, he was really going after my heart. Okay, 1 minute, I called as I typed another message to Rosie. Lena. Gotta go. We are picking up takeout. Rosie. Okay, but tomorrow you and we're talking. Lena. Si, señorita. Rosie. And Lena? Rosie. It doesn't have to be a dream you need to wake up from. With that thought, no, with that hope, because that was exactly what I felt as I read my friend's message, foolish hope, I left my luscious and tiled hiding spot and went hunting for Aaron. I found him standing in his living room, looking out the industrial-style windows facing the waterfront. Aaron's apartment was in Dumbo, an area of Brooklyn I wasn't all that familiar with, but I was starting to love more and more. The place was incredible. Spacious and stark, elegant, but simple. Walking up to him, I peered out the massive windows myself. These views of the East River are breathtaking. I'm very lucky to be able to afford all this, he said, and he sounded thoughtful. More than he usually did. Turning and angling my body in his direction, I laid my back on the windows and faced him. How could I tell him that this view of him was just as beautiful? One simply didn't say stuff like that, so I limited myself to look and soak it all up. Aaron stared into the distance, the sunlight coming from the glass of the windows and kissing his skin, his blue eyes glinting under the light. But there was something on his mind. I could tell. Is everything all right? I reached out and placed my hand on his arm. Only then did he look at me. Come here. In a swift motion, he had me tucked against his chest. He squeezed me, swaying us. Better. Now everything is much better. I couldn't disagree with him. Anything that involved being in Aaron's arms was far better than anything that didn't. I let him tug a happy sigh out of me, and I reveled in the way he hummed when I squeezed him right back. When he finally released me, his gaze wandered out of the window again. But this time, it did so with a small smile on his face. Baby steps. My eyes somehow ended on an industrial-style console that perfectly complemented the vibe of the windows and the rest of the place. The only items on its surface were a framed photo and what looked like a textbook. Feeling curious about who was in that photo, I walked over to it and picked it up. A woman. A beautiful, blue-eyed woman with raven hair and a smile I immediately recognized. My heart warmed. I felt his arm come around my arms, and then a kiss brushed against my hair. Letting my body fall into him, I asked, "What was your mom's name?" "Dorothea." I felt his voice rumbling in his chest, right against my back. She used to complain about it constantly. She made everybody call her Thea. "Tell me more about her, about your family." He released a breath, and it hit my hair with a puff. "It was her grandmother's name. A pretentious old lady's name, my mom would say. Her side of the family was very wealthy, but always unfortunate when it came to their health. They called it a curse." He paused, sounding a little lost in his memories. "When I was a kid, my mom was the only living member left, so I never met my grandparents. And when my mom passed away, the last one of the Abbotts became me. So I inherited everything. That's how I can afford this place." "That makes sense," I murmured. I considered myself lucky to work for a company like Intech, for having a good wage coming in every month. But this place belonged to a whole different kind of life, one where studio apartments could fit in bathrooms. "So you don't really need to work a 9-to-5 job?" "No, but I love what I do, even if some might call me a workaholic cyborg." I snickered. Oops, I deserved that. I didn't think anyone at the office knew about this. Aaron had always been so private. But the fact that he didn't need to work and yet worked harder than the vast majority of us was commendable. It made me love him. Whoa, I shook my head. "I have always admired you, you know. As much as I've bugged you for being so pragmatic and hard-headed, I have always admired you." He trailed off, sounding at a loss for a moment. "Thank you, baby." I smiled as I put the frame back on top of the console. "Your mom was beautiful. I can see where you got your looks from." Aaron chuckled softly. "You think I'm beautiful?" "Of course. You are more than just beautiful. Don't sound so shocked. You know you are." "I do, but I never thought you were all that attracted to me. Not for the first few months, at least." I snorted. If he only knew. Then I thought about how he had phrased it. "What gave it away? What changed after that time that made you realize I was not made of steel, Mr. Oblivious?" His hold on me grew a little tighter, and then he exhaled. "Remember that colloquium Intech hosted for high schoolers a few months after I started? We realized there weren't enough chairs when the kids started filing in. I saw you sneaking out, and somehow I knew where you were going." I remembered that day. Jerk-faced Gerald had miscounted the number of attendees. "Folding chairs." "Yes, you shot out of there to fetch the folding chairs we kept in storage." Aaron had appeared out of thin air that day, exactly how he always did. Then, he had given me shit about wanting to carry the chairs on my own, that it wasn't my job to do that. "So what gave it away? Was it how I almost smacked you with a chair for being an overbearing jackass?" "It was how you shivered when I came behind you to help you with one that had been stuck to a shelf. You know, right before you pulled again and went toppling down to the floor." Oh, yeah. I remembered that precise moment exactly. I had felt his body behind me. His arms came around me without touching me, and I stared, and shivered, and flushed, and had gotten all worked up at how they flexed under his dress shirt as he tried to disentangle that damn chair. It had been a slap on the face how hot and bothered that left me. "That gave it away. I just knew that the red spreading around your neck and cheeks had nothing to do with you calling me a stubborn, heartless robot." "Did it?" I trailed off, unease growing in my stomach. "Did it ever bother you? Everything I called you? Everything I said when we butted heads?" My heart raced as I feared his answer. "No," he said simply. "At that point, I took anything you were willing to give me, Catalina." Something staggered in my chest. "The story I told your sister about how we met? I was only speaking the truth." My eyelids fluttered shut, and I thanked the heavens I was currently leaning on Aaron, that he was holding me against his chest, because I would have tumbled to the floor otherwise. "By the time I realized how much of an idiot I had been by pushing you away, you already hated me." I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. "I heard you talk to Jeff, accidentally." That knot wouldn't go away, squeezing my throat tight. You said you'd work with anybody else. Anybody but me. And I felt as if you had just pushed me aside, deemed me worthless as a professional because you didn't like me, because I had crossed some line I hadn't known existed. How could I look at you and not think about it after that? I blacklisted you. And I deserved it. Aaron turned me around delicately, flushing our bodies together very slowly. He looked down at me. I meant what I said. When you brought that welcome gift to my office, something tore inside of me. You distracted me. You stole my focus, Lena, like nothing I had ever experienced before. So I panicked. I refused to let that happen. When Jeff suggested I work closely with you, I convinced him that it would be a bad idea. I convinced myself of that too. But then I got to know you. Aaron looked down at me intently, something weighing behind his eyes, pushing me, pushing us, closer and closer to an emotion that took more and more room in my chest with every second I spent looking into his eyes. I watched you work, laugh, be this bright and kind woman that you are. And the crack that had opened that first day widened. It only kept growing, made me realize how much of a fool I had been. By the time I knew I didn't want to push you away anymore, that I couldn't do it, it was too late. So I took whatever you had for me, even if that was hatred, antagonism, or obvious dislike, anything that gave me a few minutes with you every day. If that put me on your mind, even for a little while. Aaron, I trailed off. Everything inside of my chest, my head, my memories stirring into a loud and raging thunderstorm. All this time. I know. I watched his jaw twitch, his features hardening impossibly. You let me antagonize you. All this time, you sat there and let me do that. My voice shook with emotion, with the loss of a time that we could have had. But it also shook with the lie that hid in my own words. Had I really hated him at all? It didn't seem possible at this point. Hadn't I done the same and convinced myself of that because he had hurt me? Why? The question left my lips in a whisper, for him, but also for myself. Because it was all you were willing to give me, and I'd rather have you hating me than not have you at all. My body trembled. It shuddered under the weight of his words, with the truth underneath the ones rising to my lips. Love. It had to be love. The uproar causing havoc in my chest. Realization grew in me as quickly as lightning hit the ground. I didn't hate you, I breathed. As much as I wanted to, I don't think I ever did. I was just hurt. Perhaps because I had always wanted you to like me, and you made me believe you didn't. Something flashed across Aaron's face. The space between our mouths crackling with electricity and an emotion I had never, ever felt before. I want your heart, Catalina. Both his hands rose to my shoulders, trailing up my neck and cupping my face. I want it for myself, just how I have given you mine. It's yours, you beautiful and blind man, I wanted to tell him. Take it. I don't want it anymore. I wanted to scream at him and anyone that would listen. But I didn't. I didn't think one could be petrified by pure, sheer joy. It never seemed a possibility. Yet there I was, standing in front of him, just as he laid his heart in my hands, and all I could do was stare at him with 1,000 unsaid words waiting on the tip of my tongue. So I showed him. My hands reached for his face, just as he had been doing, and I brought him to my lips. I told him with a kiss that I was his, gave myself to him with those lips, and didn't seem capable of articulating any words. Aaron lifted me off the floor and took me in his arms with a tenderness, a reverence that left me breathless, just how I imagined him doing with my heart. My legs went around his hips, and his lips parted mine, his tongue taking, governing mine. With long strides, he crossed the open space in his loft, carrying me in his arms as neither of us stopped to breathe. He placed me on the countertop of the kitchen. Beneath the hem of my shorts, the cool granite caressed the backs of my thighs. Aaron's mouth dragged down my neck, his teeth scraping my skin, finally catching on the neckline of my tank top and pulling it down until revealing my bra. He grunted, and I felt the noise reverberate against my skin. Hands on my hips shoved me against him with roughness, leaving me right on the edge of the counter. God, he was unleashed. My man was ravenous as he pulled at my top, briskly tugging it down to my waist, and then popped open my shorts, almost bursting the zipper. He didn't care, didn't seem to realize he had come undone. I did that. I cracked him open at the seams. The same kind of urgency hummed under my skin, under my fingertips, as I pulled at his t-shirt. In a swift motion, it lay on the floor. The warm, sizzling skin of his bare chest came against mine, his hips nestling between my legs as those strong arms fused me against him, merged me with him. I whimpered, the rest of my sanity leaving me with a sound. Wanting the rest of his clothes gone, I tugged at his jeans, desperately, just as I arched my back, looking for the friction I ached, no, died for. Aaron pushed his hardness into me, pleasure shooting through my body even with the barrier of our pants and underwear. I felt him hot and thick as he rocked against my center, and that alone made my eyelids flutter, my toes curl, and my world explode. He moved again, creating more friction between us, and I saw myself coming if he did that one more time. Again, I told him, begged him. Aaron's hands palmed my ass, thrusting me against him, then pushing into me harder, ripping a chain of moans out of me, hustling me closer to the edge. God, I haven't even touched you, baby. He rasped into my mouth. Then he took my lower lip between his teeth as he kept moving against me. Haven't even been inside you yet. His hands took control of my useless body, mercilessly rocking me against him, and my head fell back, a prayer on my lips. Come, he grunted into my ear, our hips moving against each other's, fucking each other with our jeans still on. Come, so I can fuck you better. That toppled me over. No, it bulldozed into me. My mind left my body, leaving me behind as I burst into pure, boundless sensation. Not even Aaron's name left my lips, even if I wanted to scream it until my voice grew raw. I was spent, rendered empty, weightless. His arms went around my back, and in a heartbeat, I was standing on wobbly legs. My back came against his front, immediately feeling him hot and throbbing with need. The sensation, the knowing of having the power to do that to him, bringing me back to life. In another heartbeat, he brought my shorts and underwear down my legs, helping me step out and shoving them aside. I felt the warmth of his chest on my back, and then his fingers closed around my waist. Hands on the counter, he demanded, guiding my palms to the surface. Then he widened my stance with his knee, right as he brushed open-mouthed kisses down my spine. His hands grabbed onto my hips, one of them trailing down my bare backside. I should take you to my bed. He kneaded my ass, and then his palm traveled to my thigh. I should lay you there and fuck you, deep and slow. Whimpering, I pushed into his hips. He grunted and then reared back. I heard him unzip his pants. Then I felt his hard length against my ass. He moved up and down, and I could tell he had just pulled himself out of his jeans, hadn't even bothered to push them down or take them off. Madness. It drove me fucking crazy. You know the times I have jerked off to the thought of you on your hands, on your elbows? He passed his shaft along my ass, making me moan in need. Or bent over my knee after getting all mouthy with me. Another moan. This one soaked with agony, just like I was at the image of bringing his words to life. Oh, he whispered, then his voice lowered. Sounds like you'd love that as much as me. One of the drawers opened and closed, and then a foil was ripped open. This time, I'm prepared. Have a whole box right there. It has been there for months. Aaron, I begged him. I wanted him now, or I would combust into a cloud of dust. I need you. I looked over my shoulder, eyes ablaze, and saw a feral expression on his face. Now. It was my turn to grunt. The back of his hand delicately caressed my jaw, and then his palm fell on my back. He pushed me onto the counter. Grab onto the edge, he growled. I'm going to take you fast and hard, baby. With a deep thrust, he was seated inside of me. I whimpered, feeling wonderfully heavenly full, and before I could ask for more, for all that he had promised, Aaron pushed out and thrust in again. We both moaned. One of his hands came around me and landed on the counter, and the other was fisting my hair. I'd dissolve. If I didn't come soon, I'd disappear under his weight, under the rippling pleasure pooling down my belly. More, I managed to say, and the rhythm of his thrusts increased, pushing me into the granite surface, his grunts falling into my neck. Fingers gripped my hip. I can give you more. That hand lifted off my skin and fell back with a tight slap on my bare ass. A moan like no other moan to ever leave my lips emerged from my mouth. I can give you my all. Another soft smack, pushing me down, down, down. Yes, I whimpered. True to his word, he gave me everything. He thrust his cock into me uncontrollably, the sound of his hips against my ass encompassing our pants. Come with me. His front fell on top of my back, deliciously caging me, burying me with him, his fingers now rubbing my clit, accompanying his thrusts. I want to feel you coming on my cock as I go off. One more frantic, desperate thrust. That was all it took for both of us to detonate into bliss. Groans equally powerful left both our mouths, our names blessing each other's lips with them. Aaron's hands came around my middle, holding on to me more than holding me to him. Then he brought us upward, slipping out of me. I turned around in his arms and leaned my chin on his chest, and he brushed a kiss on my forehead, another one on my lips, then another one on my nose. You feel and taste like you are mine. I looked up, right into his eyes. I am. Just 2 words. 2 simple words that were used so often in casual conversation that they shouldn't have held much meaning. But they did. Those 2 ordinary words uttered in that precise moment mattered. I knew because Aaron's face lit up with them, breaking into the most beautiful smile to date, burning down the last of my defenses. And as I stared into the blue of his eyes, I watched those walls of mine collapse as if I hadn't spent all this time building them up. I am, I repeated, crushing the last remnants of the wreckage with my hands. Aaron kissed me again, sealing those 2 words with his lips, adding a few more of his own. I'm going to prove to you that you are. This time around, instead of having the tacos to go, we devoured them right on the spot. Post-sex hunger did these things to you. Seriously, I said, inserting a finger in my mouth and savoring the sauce that had stuck to it. I'm just saying that if vampires are going to make a comeback, the least they can do is sparkle. Finding Aaron's gaze on my mouth, I let my hand hover in the air and felt the light blush covering my cheeks. Are you listening, Blackford? His eyes bounced up and then down again. Yes, vampires, sparkles. I wiped the rest of the sticky sauce off my hands with a napkin. I still can't believe you'd be a vampire over a werewolf, by the way. Something else I couldn't believe either. Aaron had had that conversation with me without batting an eyelash. Not only that, but he had seemed to know a fair bit about paranormal creatures, and I had questions. Aaron retrieved the paper from my grip and threw it in a trash can that stood next to the food truck. They are immortal, he said, as if there were no other point to be made. But you were so werewolfish. True to my accusations, those blue eyes glinted with a hungry edge. Am I? Yes. First off, you are big and hot and... Oh, I'm already loving this. One of his arms curled around me, tugging me to his side. Please continue. Get your mind out of the gutter. I grabbed his hand, lifting it in the air in front of us. See, these are like paws. And when I say hot, I mean temperature-wise, like... I trailed off, only thinking about phallic-shaped hot stuff. Dios, had all the sex killed off that many of my brain cells? Your skin feels hot to the touch. Yeah, like a heated, weighted blanket. I turned, watching him frown. I say it as a compliment. I mean it in an I'd love to get under you and snuggle right now, Way. That frown disappeared. I can live with that. His head dipped, and he placed a kiss on the tip of my nose. What else? You are loyal? He hummed in agreement. Also private. You keep to yourself. And even if people think that you are cold and unfriendly, it's just that you have a stoic approach to most things. You watch everything so that you can anticipate every single thing that comes your way, which honestly is really impressive, but very annoying too. I peeked at him over my shoulder, finding him looking at me strangely. What? Nothing. He shook his head, getting rid of whatever it had been that was making him look all dazed. I watched him compose himself. You are forgetting something. My eyebrows rose. And what's that? I bite, he said, before grazing his teeth over my cheek. Then he nibbled on the sensitive skin where my shoulders met my neck. Giggling like a madwoman, I let my body burrow into his embrace. But just as I was doing so, someone caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. I couldn't be sure, but I thought it was someone from work. One of the guys on Gerald's team, if that glimpse of blonde hair and slender shoulders was enough to recognize him by. Apprehension sank deep in my belly, killing my fit of carefree giggles. Aaron didn't seem to notice the shift in me, and if he did, he didn't say anything. Let's go home. I have a weighted blanket reputation to uphold. True to his word, Aaron had curled his body around mine in that gigantic and dreamy sofa that was planted in the middle of his loft. It had probably been the mixture of exhaustion, jet lag, and warmth coming off his body, but as much as I tried to fight it, I had passed out in under 2 minutes flat after returning to his apartment. Looking down, I caught a glimpse of a big and hefty hand trailing up my stomach. We were lying on our sides, and judging by the silence around us, the TV was no longer on. Aaron had probably turned it off as soon as I drifted off. Long fingers splayed along my front, reaching the underside of my breasts. Shifting under the sensation traveling down my body, I burrowed myself further into him. A grunt sounded in my neck. It's dark outside. My gaze went to the massive windows that faced the waterfront, as if I had needed confirmation that night had fallen. We fell asleep, I said, returning my gaze to those 5 fingers on my stomach, my toes already curling with anticipation. I thought you wanted us to fight jet lag together, mister. I did, for a while. Aaron chuckled, and I felt the sound in my back. My lips curved upwards as my mind pictured his beautiful face smiling. But you are so fucking soft, curled up against me. His hand trailed up and down, and then I was pulled against him. I couldn't help myself. You made me lose perspective. I turned in his embrace, rolling so I could face him. His hand fell on my lower back, the change of positions making my mouth almost come into contact with his neck. I looked up into his eyes. Excuse me, are you putting this on me? Never. He tugged me closer again, our fronts flushed together. My eyes fluttered closed, and a contented sigh left my lips. Would you take me to bed, Aaron Blackford? He never uttered his answer. Instead, he peeled himself off the sofa with me in his arms, wrapping my legs around his waist. I giggled at his sudden enthusiasm. With long, quick strides, he carried me across his apartment, passing the marble kitchen island, and then making his way down the wide and uncluttered hallway and straight into the master bedroom. His bedroom. A shot of something sultry curled its way along my body. I was about to sleep next to Aaron, in his bed, wrapped in his soft, lush linens, my head on the plush pillows where his head had rested many times. And just when I was ready to be dropped onto that king-size mattress that looked like a dream, I was carried into the en-suite bathroom instead. My eyes took in our reflection in the mirror, not expecting how much I would love what I saw. Me, hands clasped behind his neck. Me in his arms. Me, cheeks flushed and a dazed expression on my face because it was him holding me. Me, happy. Aaron attempted to place me on the black and white tiled floor. Nuh-uh. I shook my head, holding on to his neck a little closer and keeping my legs around his waist. I like it up here. Yeah? His voice was coated with humor, but also with something thick and glossy. I tightened my grip on him. That much? Yep, I admitted into his neck. I think you can carry me everywhere from now on. Walking on my own is not going to cut it anymore. His palms rearranged me around him, shifting me to his side. He dropped a kiss on my temple. And I think I could get used to that very quickly. He reached for my toiletry bag, opened it, and extracted my toothbrush. Handing it over to me with a small smile, he then repeated the process with his own toothbrush. Teeth first, then bed. With a nod, we did exactly that. We brushed our teeth as we looked at each other in the mirror, all the while with me hanging off his side like a clingy and needy spider monkey. Not that I cared. I'd do this every single night to come. Once we were done, he carried me to bed. Aaron, I whispered after he tucked me under his light comforter. We were facing each other. My hands were below my cheek, and only our feet were touching. I'm glad you came with me to Spain. I heard him release a shaky breath as my own words seeped in, although they didn't really do justice to how I actually felt. Not because our plan worked. I'm actually happy that you were there with me. I'm more than happy. I don't think I told you, so I wanted to let you know. His hand cupped my cheek, his thumb brushing my jaw and lips. Are you glad too, Aaron? I asked him as I covered his palm with mine. I don't think I can put into words just how much. He brought my hand to his mouth and skimmed his lips over the back of it. And it's not only because I somehow managed to get you exactly where you are. Right into your bed? I inched closer, my thighs now brushing his. He tugged at my hand some more, encouraging me to move even closer. Yes, but right here with me too, exactly where I've always wanted you. I hummed, sparks of happiness flaring up in my chest. They loved you, you know. I moved my head into the space between the underside of his jaw and his collarbone. I mean, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it's kind of hard not to. I placed a kiss on his skin, wondering how I had not realized this myself a long time ago. How loyal and caring and soft he was beneath all that frowning and scowling. Although maybe I had. Maybe that would explain why I had been so hurt over him brushing me aside. Over him not wanting anything to do with me. Over him not letting me in. I shook my head. It didn't matter. Not now. My mom has never talked so highly about someone. Isabel told me that she wouldn't shut up about you. Aaron speaks Spanish so well. Aaron is so tall and handsome. Aaron has the bluest eyes I have ever seen. Have you seen Aaron smiling at Arlena like that? He came all the way from America to meet us. And she wasn't the only one. I was scared Abuela would try to steal you away from me. I swear, she was so enamored. It kind of got a little awkward at some point. I laughed lightly at the memory. Do you think I'll have to fight my grandmother over you? Expecting him to chuckle, I was shocked when a deep sigh left him instead. I looked at him, not able to discern much in the dark. Hey, what's wrong? There's nothing wrong, baby. His voice was coated with a kind of emotion I didn't quite understand. I tugged at the fabric of his shirt, encouraging him to tell me. He sighed again. It's just that I've never had that. Not ever. Your family is so messy, loud, kind of overstepping all the time. They are, but in the best kind of way. He paused, his hand coming to the back of my head. Long fingers brushed my hair down. The closest I've ever come to that was when it was the three of us, and somehow I forgot what it was like. My chest hurt at hearing that, and I came even closer to him, wishing I could take all that pain away from him, wishing I could breathe a little warmth into him. Your family loves you, and that's a kind of bond you can't force. It's the kind of love one doesn't find anywhere else. It can be overwhelming, but that's only because it's always honest. And being part of that, even if for only a few days, meant the world, more than you could ever know. His lips fell on my hair with a fierceness that hadn't been there before. I wasn't pretending, Catalina, not for a minute. It was all real for me. That's why it meant so much. Aaron, I breathed, not really knowing what to say, how to explain the uprising inside of me. So it's me, the one who's glad, the one who's fucking relieved you took me and not someone else with you. I'm the one who's thankful. I swallowed, trying my best to push back the unfiltered joy threatening to flood my system and rob me of my next breath. You don't ever have to thank me for something like that, Aaron. You never have to. His chin fell on the top of my head, and I felt his breath on my hair. I do, baby. I do. Chapter 25. Oh my God, you look like you just came out of a sex marathon. Rosie, I hissed, smacking her arm. Her cheeks turned red, and both her hands jumped to her mouth. We were on the co-working space floor of the building at lunchtime, so more than a few tables were occupied with groups of people enjoying their break. We had been lucky to snatch one that sat close to the floor-to-ceiling windows. My friend looked around. Shit, I'm so sorry, she whispered. It's okay, I snickered. She looked so flustered, it was even cute. No need to apologize. It's just that you look all glowy and ruffled. She kept her voice low and quiet. You can stop whispering, Rosie. Okay, she whispered again. I rolled my eyes and she cleared her throat. So you guys are not keeping it a secret or anything, right? I guess we are trying to figure that out. I shook my head. But there's the difference between not keeping it a secret and broadcasting to everybody that I just got laid. You are right. Sorry. Some of the pink returned to her cheeks. It's your hair. Seriously, it looks... Her hands spun in the air in an over-exaggerated way. It's really windy today, okay? I passed my hands down my chestnut locks, trying to tame them. I lowered my voice. It's not like we're constantly going at it like animals. Although we sort of were. We had done exactly that earlier this morning. Just as soon as the alarm went off, both of us equally ferocious and greedy with each other the moment we had opened our eyes to a tangle of arms and legs. Only thinking about his hands and, oh my gosh, Rosie loud whispered. I zeroed back in on her and found her green eyes widening. You are thinking of it right now, aren't you? I didn't bother to deny it. She knew me well enough to catch me on a lie. In the office? She gasped. It's only noon. No, I gasped back, although a spark ignited something low in my belly at the thought of office sex. Damn, am I sex crazed? Back at his place. I shrugged my shoulders, unpacking the bagel we had grabbed on our way to work. It felt weird thinking of Aaron and me as we, who picked up lunch and headed into work together. No, the flutter in my stomach didn't say weird. It said different, lightheaded, butterflies in my tummy different. She searched my face for a long moment, making me frown. Then she broke into a sunny grin. Wow, you have it so bad. Maybe I do, I thought, biting into my bagel. So, what did I miss, Rosaline? Nuh-uh. She popped open a metallic container, revealing a rice salad, topped with some greens. No time to talk about my boring life or work. Things are the same. Start talking right freaking now, friend. She dug a fork into her food, a little too forcefully. I want all the details and don't leave out cheesy, swoon-worthy ones. My mouth opened with a complaint. Again, no. Don't you even dare tell me that there aren't a few movie-worthy moments because I'll unfriend you. Plopping my bagel on the table, I sighed dramatically. Spill the beans, Catalina Martine. Damn, since when are you this bossy? I asked her right before she pointed at me with her fork while she shot me a dagger or two with her eyes. Okay. I lifted my hands in the air, took a deep breath in, and then started reciting every single thing that had gone down between Aaron and me, keeping the name of our soon-to-be boss out just in case. Once my friend was all caught up, and if her shit-eating grin was saying anything, she was more than satisfied with what she had heard. I snatched back my bagel and resumed my lunch. Fuck, Lena, she said through her ear-to-ear smile. I flinched. Rosaline, did you just swear? I blinked, while grinning like a Cheshire cat. Fuck yes, I did, you goddamn idiot. Jaw hanging open, I watched her look around, lifting the few things we had lying on the table and putting them right back where they had been, an unconvinced expression on her face. What the hell are you doing? My throat worked, trying to pass down my bagel. Looking for something I can throw at your head, she answered nonchalantly, but that grin was still there. Is this angry Rosie? It was unsettling. Maybe if I did, I'd knock some sense into your hard head. Although from what you're telling me, you are not only stubborn, but also pretty darn blind. So really, I am at a loss here. I just want to smack you and see what happens. My mouth opened shut. Smack me? That's where your loyalty lies, so-called friend? She leveled me with a look that immediately sobered me up. Lena. As I released a breath, my shoulders fell with defeat. I know, okay? I deserve some of that smacking. I knew how fucking dumb I had been, how blind and stubborn. I knew she was right, but I was also starting to understand what I felt for Aaron and how big and scary it was. Rosie, I think... No. I know that I... Oh no. She cut my words off. And at the same time, a head popped up in my field of vision. Hi, Rosie, Lena. How are you ladies doing? As of right now, not too well, I wanted to tell him. Hello, Gerald, I muttered instead. Neither of us bothered to answer his question. Not that he cared, apparently, because he stayed rooted in place. So, how was the vacay, Lena? The vacay. It hadn't even been a holiday. I had just taken 3 days off, for Christ's sake, but there was no point in correcting him. Turning in my chair and facing him with what I hoped wasn't a grimace, I braced myself for a few torturous minutes of small talk. Wonderful, thank you. He gave me a knowing nod, followed by a blatant smirk. I frowned. Big day tomorrow with open day, huh? He leaned a hand on our table, the buttons of his shirt struggling under the strain. Why did he have to stuff himself in clothing 2 sizes smaller? Someone should tell him. He didn't deserve the courtesy, but the world didn't deserve this kind of sight either. You have an outfit picked out and all? I know you girls take your time deciding. My teeth grated together with the sheer effort of not turning the table over and flipping him off. Yes, I answered through my teeth. Now, if you don't mind, we were just having lunch. Did you have trouble putting everything together? Gerald asked, not caring about my brush off. I thought I'd heard Rosie mutter something that sounded a lot like jerk under her breath. Damn, she's ragey today. A little, but it's all sorted out now, I told him with a neutral expression. I bet you managed to find some help. The last word, help, the way he had said it accompanied by a twitch of his eyebrows, sounded as if it meant much more than it was supposed to. I felt the blood rushing out of my face, a chilly sensation slowly advancing in its place. Yeah, I did. I hadn't thought to hide that Aaron had helped me. That wasn't a point, but of course, that had happened before Spain. Now there was something between us, something new and wonderful and so very fragile. Yes, I just bet, Gerald commented casually. I guess it's as easy as batting your eyelashes and asking nicely, right? Cold, glacial, icy cold, started seeping in all across my body. I shuddered. Things are easy for girls who ask nicely. My spine stiffened. Nicely. Excuse me? Gerald laughed, waving his hand. Oh, I'm just chatting, honey. Lena. My voice was frosty, but how could it not be? The chill had penetrated, made its way into my bones. Don't let him get to you, I told myself, begged of myself. Not honey. My name is Lena. I watched his eyes roll, and it bugged me. It fucking angered me like it had never before. I've always been very polite to you, Gerald. My tone dripped with fury now, so much that I almost couldn't listen to the petrifying fear beneath it, threatening to come out. So I'm going to invite you to leave our table. I didn't want to hear whatever he had to say. If I did, everything would quiver, shake so violently that it would break. I don't have time for you intersexist crap. His cackle traveled across the whole room, and heads turned in our direction. Oh, honey. Gerald, please leave. Rosie stood up from her chair, but he gave no indication that he'd heard her. No, a man who wore that face, the face of someone who had to lash out, was not going to listen to anybody. Well, well, well. Gerald's mouth curled in grim mockery. Look at that, he raised his voice. Gets cozy with the boss and thinks she can go around telling people off, calling me stupid names. My whole world came to a halt. It simply stopped spinning. All that icy anger melted to the floor. The fear roared like a beast let out of a cage after an eternity in captivity. There was a sharp beeping in my ears. My vision blurred. Memories from a past I had thought was left behind came rushing back, smacking into me with the force of a truck. Whore, slut, you fucked your way through college, sucked some dick to get those grades. I had done it again, hadn't I? Stumbled upon the same fucking rock, although this time I hadn't just scraped my knees. This time I had gone down with everything I had, and I didn't think standing back up, brushing it off and moving on was something I'd be able to do. Not this time. My career, all these years I had worked my ass off in a field that wasn't exactly easy for a woman. Everything I had accomplished, all lit on fire by a vile man who had turned a beautiful thing, a treasure I had only just found, into gruesome mud and used it against me. The warm grip of a hand against my arm. Delicate, too soft, familiar in a way that was contradictory because it felt like I hadn't had enough time to learn, to tattoo it on my skin so I wouldn't forget. What's going on, Lena? A deep voice that spoke directly into my heart came through the chaos in my head. My gaze wandered around, finding pairs of eyes upon more pairs of eyes staring at us, eating it all up like one looked at a train wreck. How morbid, how very sad. Catalina, I heard Aaron say with growing urgency. I finally zeroed in on him, a smile wanting to claw its way out of me but dying off before it could. Nothing, I breathed out, shaking my head, wishing to will him away from me. I didn't want Aaron anywhere near this. I didn't want Gerald's poison to touch him, to splatter onto him. Nothing's going on. Something in his face was screaming at me to touch him, to cup his jaw and comfort him with soft kisses. But I didn't do any of that. I simply watched how he turned toward my friend. Rosie, Aaron said, sounding so wrong, so unlike Aaron. Tell me what's going on. I looked at my friend, silently begging her not to say a word. He'd be enraged, and I knew Aaron well enough to be certain that he'd do something, he'd do anything. But Rosie shook her head. Gerald knows. Aaron didn't need more than that to guess what had just happened because his profile hardened into granite. Not like you two tried to hide it. Gerald laughed again, as if this were all a big joke to him. Paul saw you two yesterday, but hey, I get it. It's not a big deal, man. Everybody was watching, enraptured by the unfolding drama, and God, I was so weary and worn out. I wanted to rewind life and go back to any point before this. A word of advice? Don't shit where you eat, Blackford. Word gets out, especially if you are sleeping around with employees. But good for you, and hey, not that I blame her either. I see the appeal in getting it on with the boss. Silence. Thick, loaded silence engulfed us. Then Aaron's voice sliced right through it, sharp as a razor. Do you want to keep your job? Oh, no. Aaron's words had been meant for Gerald, but they harpooned their way right into my chest. Aaron, no. I stepped forward, my hand coming to his arm. Oh, my mistake, Blackford. Gerald tapped his head with a finger. Future boss. You are not there yet. So I think the firing privileges are out of your reach for now. Aaron shook off my hand, stepping in Gerald's direction into him. I asked you a question. One more slow, heavy step, and he got in the other man's face. Do you want to keep your job, Gerald? Because I can end you. Your golf friends up there won't be able to do a single thing, and neither will your minions at HR. Gerald turned quiet, the mockery falling off his face. The frustration at being so powerless, so helpless at how everything had unraveled so out of control, brought a familiar pressure to the backs of my eyes. I hate this. I hate it with all my fucking soul. Why do people find pleasure in bringing down others? Why us? Why so soon? Aaron's sneer, the way his body was so stiff and impossibly tense, told me that he was about to lose his restraint. Aaron, stop. My voice faltered. I couldn't cry. I wouldn't do that. Not right here with half the people in the company staring. But Aaron wasn't budging. He remained a marble statue, awaiting Gerald's answer, as if he had a whole lifetime to do so. Aaron, please. I willed my voice to harden, but he was transfixed, unmovable. You are making it all worse. Was that the truth? I couldn't be sure, but it was what had left my lips. It was what seemed to make it through and hit him like a physical blow, making him flinch. I watched him turn slowly, and he, the man I had come to need and want in my life, faced me, hurt embedded in his eyes. It broke my heart, putting it there. But what was the alternative? I should have known better. I despised myself for putting us both in this situation when I knew firsthand what could happen, and it was happening. Unable to take a single second more of it, of myself, the hurt in Aaron's eyes, everything, I turned and walked away. I saw myself leaving the room and striding across a long hallway. I kept going, taking turns and climbing downstairs without a clear sense of direction. I was on automatic, and cowering was my default. Catalina, stop running away. Pure, unfiltered desperation governed Aaron's voice, and it sickened me. I despised myself even more for putting on him yet another ugly thing. Talk to me. I kept walking, not wanting to turn and not knowing where we were in the building, an empty hallway somewhere. Catalina, would you stop fucking running, please? My legs came to a sudden halt. My eyes closed. I heard, sensed, because that was how it worked now. I could feel the warmth of his body, crave it. Aaron walk around me, and when I opened them back up, I was greeted by an angry, miserable man. Don't do this. You hear me? His voice didn't crack or waver. Don't you even think of it. I won't let you quit. God, he knew me so fucking well, better than I did myself, because his words only solidified what had been bubbling inside of me in the last few minutes. But I was furious, so mad at the world and at myself. Easy for you to say, I snapped, unfairly. But Gerald's poison was eating away at me, blackening everything in its path. I'm the one whoring out anyway, right? You'll brush it off and move on. He blinked, his features contorting with outrage and pain. Easy for me to say? I'll brush it off? He hissed. You think it was easy for me not to break his face on the spot? Maybe fuck up his mouth enough so he couldn't utter a word for a few weeks? Not to fucking end him for being a worthless pig? I believed Aaron would have done that. I knew he would have, and that dissipated my anger, leaving anguish in its place. How could I ever have anything for him that wasn't adoration? I won't let you do any of that, I whispered. He's not worth the trouble you'd get into. But you are worth all that trouble. You are worth walking through a fucking fire for. Don't you see that? He exhaled roughly through his nose, his hand coming to my cheek, making me lean on his touch out of pure instinct. Whatever shit Danielle put in your head about you not being worth fighting for is wrong. Love is worth fighting for, and I am not him, Lena. This is not the past either. I shook my head, but his palm held on to my face harder. When there's a rock on the way and you fall, I tumble down with you. We fight our way up together. It's not that easy, Aaron. I wished it were. I wanted so bad for the world to be that goddamn easy. Those are just idealistic, beautiful words. At the end of the day, you can't protect me from everything, hold my hand and fire whoever disrespects me. Maybe I can't, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. When someone mistreats you and I have the power to do something about it, I'm going to speak up. I'm not going to wait on the sidelines and watch you take the hit of it on your own. His chest heaved, moving up and down almost violently. Just how I know you would fight tooth and claw against anyone who tried to hurt me. We protect and heal each other. That's how this is supposed to be. This is not only life we are talking about. This is my career. Yours too, Aaron. It is, and I would never do anything to jeopardize it. But what about everybody else? They might. Look at what happened with Gerald. I fought the sudden urge to lean on his chest and break down. What happens from now on? Every time I accomplish something, I will fear the possibility of someone pointing a finger and accusing me of sleeping my way to it. His jaw clenched, fury seeping into his features again. Things don't need to be that way. Gerald is not everyone else, Lena. I closed my eyes, not able to work around the lump in my throat. Aaron continued. I'm not downplaying your fears, baby. I swear I'm not. But we can't give up at the first sign of adversity. We can't let everyone else matter more than we do, not without giving us a fair shot. But what if we don't even get the chance of giving this a shot? I wanted to scream. I need you to trust in us, in me. Can you do that? I trust you, Aaron. I shook my head and stepped out of his reach. But this is just too complicated. I don't think I can do it. Go through it again. My heart would never recover if this didn't work, if Aaron fled the ship like Daniel had. More hurt poured into the blue of his eyes. You don't then, he whispered, his voice broken. If you mean that, then you don't trust me. Silence weighed down on us, Aaron's shoulders eventually falling. I love you, Lena. A crack sliced its way across my poor, beaten heart at how wrong those 4 words sounded, how void of happiness and full of sorrow they were when they shouldn't have been. How is it possible that it feels like you are breaking my heart and I haven't even had you yet? My soul shattered. I broke in 100 million pieces. I can't make you trust me like I need you to, with your whole fucking heart. He searched my face, those blue eyes missing their usual light, reflecting only hurt. I can't make you run into my arms instead of in the opposite direction. I just can't make you love me enough to give us a chance. A hole opened in my chest, my knees almost giving out at the earth beneath my feet, tilting the wrong way, unbalanced. We stared into each other's eyes for a long time, our hearts in each other's fists for all the wrong reasons. It all felt unreal, like a cruel nightmare I'd wake up from any minute now. But it never happened. At some point, I thought I heard his phone ringing, and I watched him ignore it until it rang again, and again. Then I thought he pulled it out of his pocket and peered down at the screen. But I wasn't sure. My head kept chanting, trust him, trust him, trust him, making it hard for me to make sense of anything else but that. I was trapped by my own mind, sucked into a vacuum where I didn't grasp time or space. Although I did remember one thing, and that was Aaron's back moving away from me, his legs walking him down the empty hallway, and him not looking back. Not even once. Chapter 26. Rosie came home with me that night. We curled under a blanket on my bed and rewatched Moulin Rouge on my laptop. How tragic, to find love and see it slip through your fingers before your eyes. I always wondered what Ian McGregor would have done had he known the moment he met the love of his life that their story wouldn't last more than 130 minutes. Would he still take her hand in his and jump? Would he still hold on to every moment left, even if only a few? Would he still lie down by her side, knowing that when she was gone, that space would never be filled again? Rosie didn't even think before giving me her answer. Yes, she whispered. When you find that kind of love, time stops mattering. Come what may, Lena, he would love her regardless of how long they had. Then we both bawled our eyes out, Rosie because she could never hold it in when come what may kicked in, and me, well, mostly because I had welcomed the excuse. So I cried. I let those tears fall as I held my phone in my hand, waiting for a call, a message, a sign that I knew I didn't deserve. But that was what dumb chicken shits like me did. They cowered, hid under a blanket, and cried to El Tango de Roxanne. Ugh, I didn't like myself one single bit. But come what fucking may, I'd still have to live with myself for the rest of my life, find solace in the little time I had shared with Aaron, past tense, because when he had asked me to run into his arms instead of in the opposite direction, I hadn't. When he had asked me to trust him, in us, wholly, I hadn't been capable of doing it, even when I thought I had. And that had pushed him to walk away. I pushed him away. I was the only one responsible for that. Fuck. I wanted him here, with me, mending the broken pieces of this mess together. I wanted him to tell me that he believed we could still be fixed, glued back together and good as new. But that was so selfish and so very naive of me, stupidly so. Sometimes, as much as we wanted something, we weren't meant to have it, to keep it, not when it complicated everything else. And this thing, love, because that was exactly what it was, between us did. It complicated both our lives, the promises of both careers. We were tripping each other, making each other fall, just how Daniel had said all that time ago. We'd have grown to resent each other, because that was what the poison born of malicious mouths did. It infected everything, and I knew just how much. So yeah, after Moulin Rouge crying gate, the following day obviously sucked. It was probably one of the worst, most miserable days I remembered, and I knew a fair bit about those. I dragged my feet the whole day, somehow managing to get through the 8 to midnight open day for a bunch of faceless suits. Names and faces bounced right off me, and I presented topic after topic as if every word were being ripped out of me. If Jeff had been around to witness that lame attempt at being welcoming, accommodating, and approachable, he'd have fired me on the spot. And I wouldn't have found it in me to care. That's how ironic life could be sometimes. When I entered the building on day 2 without Aaron, which I realized was my new way to count down time, I waited for the whispers of my colleagues to reach my ears and their fingers to be pointed at me for no reason other than Gerald's public accusations. By the time the clock hit 5 p.m., after I spent the day wishing I'd get a glimpse of Aaron and dreading it, all at the same time, nothing had happened. None of my colleagues had batted an eyelash at me. No disgusting rumors, no nasty accusations, nothing. Not a flash of Aaron either. On day 3 without him, an odd kind of restlessness burrowed itself in me. I missed Aaron. I missed the possibility of what had been growing between us, and that started outweighing everything else. It didn't seem so important that the incident with Gerald had not led anyone to treat me any differently. I couldn't find it in me to be relieved. What did it matter when there was a hole in my chest? I missed Aaron's face, the ocean blue in his eyes, his stubborn frown, the way his lips puckered when he was lost in thought, the wide line of his shoulders, how he effortlessly stood tall and big as life wherever he went, and his smile, that smile that was just for me. So much that I set camp in my office, left the door open, and waited for him to walk down the hallway at some point in the day, or to hear his voice even if in the distance. That would have been enough to appease that need burning inside of me. But none of that happened. On day 4, I finally gave up and knocked on his office door, going unanswered. And when I asked Rosie if she had seen him around at all, she hugged me and said she hadn't. Neither had Hector or the few people I had somehow found an excuse to ask. That was exactly why I was pacing from one corner of the hallway to the opposite one as I waited to be called into Sharon's office, just like I had been doing at home last night, or that morning in my office, because he had disappeared, and I hated not knowing why, not seeing him, not having him around, not having an excuse to call and ask him because I had pushed him away, and last thing he probably wanted to do was talk to me. "Lena, darling," Sharon called as her head peeked out of her office, jerking me back into the present. "Please come in and take a seat." Following her inside, I let myself fall into one of the chairs. I watched the blonde woman sit down and lean over her desk with a secretive smile. "Sorry about the wait. You know how some people think HR has the answers for everything," she chuckled with bitterness. "Even for things like New York City Council deciding to repave the part of the road right outside their window." Any other day I would have laughed too. Perhaps make a joke about how only the fittest could survive the city that never slept and always closed some road to keep you awake at all times. But I simply couldn't muster the energy for that. I'm sure it makes up for a few awkward conversations. Sharon's eyes scanned my face, something like understanding dawning in her features. What exactly she found or understood, I had no idea. All right, let's cut to the chase. Good, I liked that, just like I had always liked Sharon, too. I've called you in here in light of some serious allegations that have been made which directly involve you. Something dropped to the bottom of my stomach, and I felt myself blanch. Oh, okay. I cleared my throat. What do you want to know? She inhaled deeply before she spoke, as if she was readying herself for something. Lena, she said, using a tone that I had heard from my own mother, comforting but also admonishing. We both are aware that Gerald knows the right kind of people, and frankly, I will never understand how someone so horrible manages to make so many good acquaintances. Her fingers air-quoted that last word. But as much as he has remained untouchable so far, that doesn't mean that he can't be knocked down. For that, however, we must do something. We should at least try. I felt myself nod, still trying to process what Sharon was telling me. She was admitting to being on my side. Not only that, but also she wouldn't remain a silent bystander. If that's something you want to do, we can work together on an employee formal complaint. I can help you. You'd need to sign it and submit it to us, and after that, I'd try to push for a thorough investigation. I know many complaints are ignored, but more than a few people having your back will make a difference. More than a few people? What? I trailed off, shaking my head. What people? I don't understand. She flicked her nails on the table, tilting her head. After the altercation in the co-working floor, a number of people came by my desk to inform me of what had happened. Half of them wanted to file the complaint themselves, but just like I told them, it has to be you. I just... My gaze fell on my hands, resting on my lap. I felt my heart expanding with gratitude. With something else, too. Realization. So they are on my side? They have spoken on my behalf and not Gerald's? They are, Lena, she smiled. And they have. I know people like Gerald often go unpunished. It's how the world works sometimes. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying to change that, doesn't it? Doesn't mean that we stop fighting? Her words reminded me of those someone had said to me, begged me to believe only a few days ago. Words that I had chosen to ignore. You can think about what I just told you, okay? Take your time to decide what you want to do. Yeah, I will. There was so much to think about, so much to process. To anybody else, this might have been nothing more than a bureaucratic process I should have thought of before. But to me, learning that my colleagues, those who had witnessed everything, were actively taking my side, it meant something. Although it didn't change what I had done. How I had thrown away everything I could have had with Aaron. How I had denied him the one thing he had asked of me, my full trust, my faith in us. And over what? He would have given me that much, and I had just given up without a fight. And please, Sharon said, if you could tell Aaron to come by as soon as he's back, I can't seem to get a hold of him. As soon as he's back? Oh, My words tumbled out of me, mixing with questions spinning in my head. It's all good, Lena. He was very clear about your relationship. Came here first thing this week to ask if there was any kind of company policy or contract clause that would perhaps complicate things. The heartbeat that had flattened, accompanying me during these days without him, came back to life, peeking out. He had come to HR to be sure that all fronts were covered, to reassure me, because he'd known that I'd need exactly that, because he had wanted me to feel safe. Tears that hadn't been there before were in a rush to get to my eyes. Hey, it's okay, Lena. There's no reason for you guys to worry. No stones in the way. No, the only one taking those possible obstacles on our way and turning them into impediments we couldn't get over was me. Okay, I muttered, willing my eyes to hold tight a little longer. That's good. Nothing was good, not a single thing, because I had ruined it anyway. All right, good. Sharon's blonde head bobbed, her motherly eyes warming up. But please, Do tell him to call me back, yes? I know these are hard times, but it's about his promotion. Hard times. Those two words echoed through my mind. Sharon's earlier request bounced right back. Tell Aaron to come by as soon as he's back. Did Aaron leave? Did something happen? Sharon's eyes widened, confusion mixing up with shock. You don't know? I shook my head, feeling my skin pale. No. Her head shook. Lena, this is not my place. Please, I begged, now desperate to know what was wrong, need clawing at my skin. Please, Sharon, we had a fight and I just messed up. It doesn't matter. But if there's something wrong, if something happened to him, I need to know. Please. She looked at me for a long moment. Darling, she finally said, and that alone made all the alarms in my head go off. He had to fly home. His dad he has cancer. He has been in a critical state for the last few weeks. Chapter 27. There was this show I'd loved when I was a teenager. It was an American TV series we got on one of the Spanish national channels, naturally dubbed. I absolutely loved it. High schoolers with big dreams and bigger egos, or hearts depending on who you asked, angsty plot twists, and a level of drama someone at 16 shouldn't have been experiencing, at least not in a small town somewhere in North Carolina, or in the north of Spain for that matter, which was perhaps why it all resonated so much with me. There was this one episode in particular that had somehow stuck in a way others never did. It started with a voiceover narrator who asked something along the lines of, what's the minimum length of time with the power to change your life? A year, a day, a few minutes? The answer to that question had come to be that when you were young, one single hour could make a difference. It could change everything. And I wholeheartedly disagreed. One didn't need to be young for their life to change in the span of an hour, a handful of minutes, or nothing more than a few seconds. Life changed constantly, wickedly fast, and terribly slow when one least expected it to, or after a long time of chasing that change. Life could be turned around, inside out, backward and forward, or it could even transform into something else entirely. And it happened regardless of age. But most importantly, it didn't care for time. Life-altering moments spanned from a few seconds to decades. It was part of the magic of life, of living. In my 28 years of life, I had experienced few but very different life-altering moments. Some had lasted seconds, no more than glimpses or moments in which a realization dawned. And others had lasted minutes, hours, even weeks. Either way, I could count those moments with both hands, recite them from memory too. The first time I dipped my feet into the sea. The first math equation I'd solved. My first kiss. Falling in and out of love with Daniel. All the terrible months after. Boarding that plane to New York to start a new life. Watching my sister walk down the aisle with the biggest, happiest smile I had ever seen on her. And then there was Aaron. I thought I wouldn't be able to pick one single moment when it came to him, because it was him, the one thing that made that span of time important, life-altering. Falling asleep in his arms, watching his lips bend into that smile that I knew now had only been for me. Waking up to his voice, to the warmth of his skin against mine. Watching his face crumbling down, him walking away, his absence. All of them had left a dent in my heart, in me. All of them had changed me, shaped me into someone who allowed herself to open up, to love, to needing and wanting to give herself not to anybody, but to him. But as much as those moments that had made me fall helplessly in love with him left a mark I'd never be able to erase, one that I didn't think would ever fade, it was the split second when I had known I needed to get myself on a plane to Seattle and find him. The one moment that felt transcendental. The realization that I had let him go too soon, too carelessly, so foolishly. The moment it had dawned on me that nothing else besides going to him mattered. that nothing should have stopped me from running into his arms, from being there for him when he needed someone the most. But was it too late? Was the clock still ticking on my life-altering moment so I could turn it around? Or had I lost my chance? My head spun with that question for 6 hours on the flight from New York to Seattle, continuously bouncing from blinding hope to the dread that could only come from anticipating loss. And when the plane touched ground, I still wasn't sure whether to feel hopeful I was closer to him, or whether I should have employed that time to ready myself if Aaron told me that it was too late and asked me to walk away. I thought about it some more as I waited for a taxi, drove to the first hospital on my list of medical centers with oncology specialists in Seattle, and asked in reception for Richard Blackford, a name I had dug out from the internet from what Aaron had told me about him and his past. That question kept whirling in my mind as I turned around, got myself into a new taxi, and repeated the whole process with hospital number 2, then hospital number 3. And right as my knees almost doubled with a mix of relief and trepidation at finally hearing the nurse at the counter of hospital number 3 ask if I was family or friend, that question that was stuck in my head was still screaming at me to be answered. It still was now as I made my way to the waiting room on what would soon become the longest elevator ride of my life. Did I throw it all away out of fear and stupidity? Am I too late? So when the polished and metallic doors finally opened, I stumbled out of the elevator like someone walking out of an interminable road trip. Limbs numb, skin sticky with dry sweat, and the sense of not knowing where we were. My gaze anxiously scanned the space along the hallway before me, all the way to the waiting room, where I had been told he'd probably be. My Aaron, the man who I had to get back. And there, right there, sitting on a chair that barely accommodated his size, was my answer. With his arms on his knees and his head hanging low beneath his shoulders, there was my life-altering moment. And I realized as I stared into the distance, my heart feeling as weightless and hollow as ever when I saw him there, alone without me, that as long as I had him, my life-altering moment would never be a measurement of time. It would never be as simple as marking a few points in the timeline of my life that I could identify as transcendent. It was him, Aaron. He was my moment. And for as long as I had him, my life would constantly be changing, be altered. I'd be challenged, cherished, loved. With him, I'd live. And I'd fight for that. I'd fight for him like I hadn't when he asked me to. I wouldn't take no for an answer. He was stuck with me, just like he had promised me in Spain in front of the people I loved the most in this world. I'd prove that to him. Aaron, I heard myself say, let me be your rock, the hand that holds yours, your home. My voice was barely a whisper, too low and quiet to make it all the way to where he was. But somehow it did. It reached him, because Aaron's head snapped up. As he sat in that rigid plastic chair, his back straightened and his gaze half turned in my direction, I could see the disbelief in his profile, as if he thought he must have imagined me calling his name. But I hadn't. I was there. And if he let me, I could take care of him. I would caress his back while he sat in the dull and impersonable waiting room, brush his hair with soothing fingers, and make sure he ate and slept. I'd comfort him with hugs and be the shoulder he leaned his forehead on as he grieved the dad he might lose soon, the one who had missed so much, the one I knew Aaron felt like was already gone. His gaze scanned the space that separated us with the sheer determination I knew only he was capable of. And I'd never know why, but I waited. I held very still as he swiped around, and then, after what felt like an eternity, and at the same time not enough time to prepare myself, blue eyes locked with mine. My heart toppled over itself, and I felt the commotion inside my chest. I watched his legs straighten, bringing him up. Then his lips parted with my name. Lena. It wasn't the Lena instead of Catalina. It was the anguish in his voice, the need, the way his hair was ruffled, the bags resting under his eyes, the wrinkles in his clothes that screamed they hadn't been changed in a couple of days, that propelled me forward. My legs sprinted across that hallway that separated us like they had never run before. Towards him, right into his arms. Just how he had asked me to. And when I reached him, I launched myself at him. I locked my body around his. It wasn't appropriate. It wasn't the time or the place, but he was carrying so much on his shoulders already. There was so much we needed to talk about, but it was right. I knew it in my bones as his arms closed around me. He lifted me off the floor, squeezed me into his chest, held me in his arms. I buried my face in his neck as I kept murmuring into him. I'm here, I'm running toward you, I trust you, I love you, hoping it wasn't too late. And he kept repeating my name. Lena, baby, Lena, are you really here? Hushed and broken, sounding like he still didn't believe it was me in his arms, that it was me who had finally come to him like I should have done days ago. No, like I should have done an eternity ago. Aaron walked backwards, sitting back down as he held me in his arms. As I took him into mine, my body curled into his lap, and his palm cupped the nape of my neck. I'm so sorry, Aaron. I breathed into the skin between his shoulders and the underside of his jaw. For everything, for your dad and for not being here by your side earlier. How is he? Have you seen him? I felt his throat swallow against my temple. Aaron shook his head. I have seen him, but he's been out of it all this time. He trailed off, sounding exhausted, defeated. Are you really here, baby? He repeated, holding me tighter. Or is this my imagination playing tricks on me? I haven't slept in, I don't know how many days, 2, 3. I'm here. I'm right here. I lifted my head and moved so I could cup his face. Take a good look at that face I had been so set on despising and now loved so much. And I'm going to take care of you. His eyes fluttered closed, and I heard a strangled sound coming from his throat. I love you, Aaron. You shouldn't be alone, ever. And I am the one meant to be with you, here, holding your hand. His eyes remained closed, his jaw pressed tightly. Let me do it. Let me prove to you that I trust you and that I can earn your trust back. That I'm the one who's supposed to be by your side right now, and as long as you'll let me. You want to do that? Yes, I rushed out quickly. Yes, of course I want to, I repeated. I need to, I whispered, not trusting my voice. Let me be here for you, take care of you. His eyes opened, our gazes connecting. After a long moment, a pained chuckle rose to his lips. You drive me so fucking crazy, Lena. I don't think you understand. One of his hands latched onto my wrist as I still cupped his face desperately. I was ready to fight. I was ready to beg if it was necessary. You came all the way here? He trailed off, disbelief crumpling his face. How did you even find me? I had to come to you. My fingers trailed down the side of his neck, my palms settling against the warm skin. I remembered everything you told me about Seattle, your dad being somewhat known here, so I Googled your last name, the university football team, the coaching staff. Then I looked for a list of hospitals where he could have checked in. I knew you'd be here because you wouldn't leave his side if he was in critical condition, like Sharon had told me, and you haven't. You are here. It only took me a few tries. I would have turned the city upside down if I hadn't found you. I wouldn't have rested until I got to you. I finally allowed my lungs to take in a breath, and I found Aaron's eyes shining with something that made my chest ache in a warm and wonderful way. I did call you, but it went straight to voicemail, and then I just didn't want to busy your head with anything else, and my voice lowered to a whisper. And I did not want to give you a chance to tell me not to come. I was terrified you wouldn't want me to. So I didn't call again. I just came to you instead. A shudder rocked Aaron's body. You blow my goddamn mind. My rules, my world. He breathed, those ocean blue eyes, capturing my gaze like they never had before. When I least expect it, I find you ready to dynamite your way right into my heart, as if you hadn't done that already. The grip of his fingers on my wrist tightened, pulling me to him, and I could feel the soft air leaving his mouth, falling on my lips. As if you hadn't already dismantled me for anybody else. As if I wasn't at your mercy. Hope, Warm and soft hope fell over my shoulders. I have done all that? You have, Lena. Aaron's forehead fell on mine, and I had no choice but to close my eyes, to take it all and control this whirlwind of emotion threatening to turn me inside out. With every smile, you have done exactly that. I felt his lips brushing over mine briefly, sending a shiver down my spine. With every single time, you have been infuriatingly stubborn and impossibly beautiful all at once. He placed a kiss on the corner of my eye. With every time, you have shown the world how incredibly strong you are, even when you don't believe so yourself. A kiss on the tip of my nose. With all the ways your mind amazes and disturbs me in ways I'll never understand and not ever tire of. His lips landed on my cheekbone, flicking across the skin. With how every single time you laugh, I want to throw you over my shoulder and run somewhere I can covet that sound just for myself. A kiss was brushed on my jaw, his lips then sweeping along until reaching my ear. And with every other unfathomable way, you have made me completely yours. Yours, I repeated, my heart expanding in my chest, lurching itself against my rib cage, wanting out and into Aaron's. I'm yours too, Aaron, so completely yours. I have fallen in love with you. I don't know how it happened, but it did. I love you. I didn't recognize my own voice, not with the loud thumping in my ears. I was so stupid to let you walk away. So dumb. But I got lost in my head. I was so scared, Aaron. I didn't want to lose everything I had worked so hard for, to have people look at me like they had all those years ago. To lose you, too, when you realized that I was a complication? You'd never be that. I know that now, but I somehow convinced myself that letting you go was the best thing I could do to protect myself from that happening again. I shook my head, pushing that dreadful emotion out of my chest. I'd tell Aaron about Sharon and the investigation into Gerald, but now wasn't the time. I'm sorry for not being here for you like I should have. He looked at me like he didn't want my apologies, but I didn't let him talk. I am, my voice wavered. Knowing that your dad was sick and you were all the way here alone, taking it all without anyone to hold you, that he had been critical for weeks and yet you came to Spain with me, that you... I trailed off, my voice now shaking. That you would give me so fucking much without ever asking for anything in return. It destroyed me. But I'm here now, I whispered, looking into his eyes. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. Not because I believe that we can somehow be together now, but because I can't conceive of being anywhere else but beside you. I swallowed hard, trying to rein in every emotion threatening to burst out. You know that, right? I leaned in, my lips brushing over his, very softly, almost tentatively, waiting for his answer. I do now. A low grunt came from his throat. His fingers tightened once more around my wrist. The arm around my waist brought me even deeper into his chest. I do, Lena, and I don't plan on letting you forget that. The hand that had been on my wrist trailed up my arm, his palm cupping my face. I leaned into his touch, feeling like I could live only on Aaron's caresses and kisses. I would have come back for you, you know. I told you I wouldn't let you quit on us. You still owed me that 4-letter word. He had said that, and the realization made my stomach drop to my feet. How dumb I had been. Aaron hadn't given up on us. That had been only me, only temporarily. While Aaron had been holding on to this, to us, all this time, even when he needed someone by his side the most. And that made the heart in my chest burst into 100 million pieces, only to reassemble into something different, something that didn't belong to me anymore. It belonged to us. It's yours, love and all the 4-letter words I could ever give you. I placed a kiss on his mouth, not able to hold myself back any longer. I took my time with his lips, claiming them as mine, claiming him. A hum sounded deep in his throat. You're stuck with me, Catalina. Both arms cradled me closer to his lap, further into his chest. The side of my head rested against his drumming heart, his chin on top of my hair, and peace, An overpowering kind of peace I had never heard of or experienced before settled between my shoulders. And I knew then that we'd take anything on as long as we were together. We were a team. We'd light up each other's way, hold each other's hand, and push the other forward when we stumbled. Together, we'd do anything together. Just like we would get through this, I'd get Aaron through this. Aaron, I lifted my gaze and met his. I'm here for you now. I'm going to take care of you, I told him simply. He sighed. It was deep and slow, and it sounded like he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. But just know that if I had known your dad was sick, I would have never let you come to Spain with me. Why didn't you tell me when we talked about him, Aaron? I know you don't owe me an explanation, but I want to know. I want to understand better. Because everything changed. His throat worked, and his gaze took on a lost edge. He's been battling cancer for the last year. Ironic, huh? First mom and now... Aaron trailed off, needing a second to compose himself. Until a few days ago, I had planned on remaining away. Leave things the way they were between us, even when I flew home a few weeks ago. You did? Yes. It was after my promotion was announced. That was what kept me from talking to you about our deal. I had not noticed Aaron taking days off back then, although work had been completely crazy, so I guessed I had been distracted. But it all made sense now. I would have talked to you eventually. I would have managed either way. That doesn't matter now, baby, I told him, meaning every word. He sighed deeply. So I came all the way to Seattle, but I couldn't bring myself to talk to him, to admit to myself, to show him that I still cared when he had pushed me away all those years ago, when he was the father I had already lost. My fingers drew circles on his chest, right above his heart. What changed then? Everything did. He exhaled, and it came out shaky and pained. I somehow thought I had you, and then just as quickly I didn't. And as much as I was set on not letting you quit on me, I saw it in your eyes. You had really given up on us. You believed in your decision. A shadow came over his face, and I instinctively leaned to place a kiss to the corner of his lips, dissipating that temporary darkness. The possibility that I could really lose you started solidifying in my head, and He shook his head. God, it's not the same, I know, but I finally got it. I understood how hard it had hit him, losing Mom. How lost he must have been at the reality of not having a way to get her back. How many reckless decisions he must have taken. It did not justify that he pushed me away, but I am to blame too. I had been so lost in my own head that I let him do that, and then I allowed both of us to keep it on for years. Neither of you is at fault, Aaron. We're not programmed to lose those we love. There's no right or wrong way to grieve. My hand trailed up his chest, my palm settling against his collarbone. We just try our best, even when often our best is not good enough. Blaming yourself now is not going to change the past. It's only going to take away energy that you should be spending in the present. And look where you are now. You are here. It's not too late. He brushed a kiss over my head. That day when everything with Gerald went down, I got a call from the hospital. They told me that things didn't look well for him. Apparently, my dad had asked for me, several times, demanded that I be contacted. His voice trailed off, and I let my fingers play with the hair at the nape of his neck, letting him know I was here, listening, having his back. It's like everything lined up, and suddenly, not only did I understand him in a way I hadn't before, but I also had this urge to see him. Not to apologize or to mend things between us, but to at least say goodbye. And I knew this was probably my last chance to do that. Did you do that? Say goodbye? The moment I got here, I went into his room with the intention to do that, say goodbye, walk out, and just wait. But I somehow ended up talking to him, telling him everything I hadn't said in all these years we were apart. He wasn't conscious. I can't be sure if he was even listening. But I just went on, I couldn't stop. I talked and talked, Lena. Told him everything. I don't even know how long I was there, and I don't know if it was for nothing because maybe not a word was getting through to him, but I did it anyway. You did good, amor. I brushed my lips against the skin of his neck. You did so good. Aaron melted a little more into me, into my touch. They told me a few hours ago that he seems to be doing a bit better today, that he might get more time. They don't know if it's days, weeks, or months, but they are hopeful. His chest deflated, the arms around me losing that desperate edge they'd had a while ago. I am hopeful too. A voice coming from somewhere on the other side of the waiting room reached us, bursting the bubble we had been in. Mr. Blackford? We both turned and looked over. A nurse stood a few feet away, his smile trained to be polite and calming. Yes, Aaron said, his back straightening in the chair. He's finally awake. You can see him now. The nurse slipped his hands in his pockets of his scrubs. Only a few minutes, okay? He needs to rest. Disentangling my body from his, I placed both feet on the ground and stood in front of Aaron, making space for him to walk to the nurse. He followed suit, his head still turning toward the entrance of the waiting room. Okay, yeah, he said almost absently, but before he stepped away, he looked at me. Come with me, please. My heart skipped a beat just then, the answer sounding loud and clear in my head. I'd go anywhere with you if you so much as asked. Yes, of course I will. I didn't wait for him to stretch out his hand and take mine. I did that myself, and I kept my hold tight and as reassuring as I possibly could as we followed the nurse to the room where Aaron's dad waited. We stepped in, and I did not know what to expect. Perhaps I should have readied myself on the way to the room, and the realization that I hadn't made part of my bravado scatter away. This was the only living family Aaron had left, and I was about to meet him. And I suddenly stumbled a little under the importance of the moment. I wish it could have been under different circumstances, that there was more time, or that I was sure about what to say, how to handle this situation so everything went as well as it could. But there wasn't time. This was what we had, what Aaron and his dad had. And even if a little scared or uneasy, I was humbled that Aaron wanted to share it with me. There's someone here to see you, Richard, the nurse announced into the room, and then looked over at us. His smile inched up. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? Aaron took a step forward, and I remained a little behind him, letting him have this moment to himself. Son, the man perched on the bed said in a raspy voice. I looked over at him and found the ghost of the features I knew so well, the hard jaw, the way both brows met, that intent and confidence about them. It was all there, although faded and worn. You're still here, Aaron's dad said, and I could hear the surprise in his tone. Dad, I heard Aaron's answer, and the grip of his hand on mine tightened. Of course I'm still here. And there's someone I'd like you to meet. Blue eyes that looked in our direction from the bed trailed behind Aaron with curiosity. Hi, Mr. Blackford. I smiled at him, feeling Aaron's hand leave mine and fall on my shoulders. I'm Catalina, and I'm happy to finally meet you. Aaron's dad didn't return the smile, not completely, but his eyes told a different story, just like I had seen his son do so many times, all under lock and key. Call me Richard, please. His gaze searched my face, something akin to wonder slowly seeping in. Is this her son? The question caught me by surprise, and so I glanced back at Aaron. I found him staring at his dad with a mirroring expression. Then his profile softened. I wasn't sure you were listening, he said almost absently. Then his arm brought me closer to him, as if tucking me into him were nothing more than a reflex. Yes, this is her, he answered loudly, and my breath hitched in my chest. The woman I told you all about. Aaron looked down at me, his eyes shining under the fluorescent light of the room. You're Thea, I heard Richard say, emotion coating his voice. Thea. That had been his wife's name, Aaron's mom. I peered in his direction, finding that smile he had hidden earlier. It was small and weak, but it was enough to make mine break free in return. Hold on to her, son, for as long as time lets you. I will. Aaron's words brushed the skin on my temple. I looked up at him, finding those blue eyes smiling down at me with a devotion I had never experienced or imagined being on the receiving end of. With the warmth that I could feel right in the middle of my chest, pounding and expanding with every passing second I spent under his gaze, by his side. Aaron looked at me with a world of possibilities shining bright and dazzling in his eyes. A promise. This is the woman I plan on spending the rest of my life with. I'm not letting go of her anytime soon. Epilogue. 1 year later. Catalina? The deep voice that had lured me to sleep and ignited every cell in my body countless times in the last 12 months reached my ears. My pen dropped from my mouth, smacking the glossy surface of the oak conference table. Catalina, I'm going to need an answer. My back straightened in my chair, my gaze meeting a pair of blue eyes as I cleared my throat. Shit, I totally spaced out. Yes, an answer. Coming right up, Mr. Blackford. I rushed out, just mentally recapping. I watched the corner of his lips tip up, his eyes simmering with an emotion I was more than familiar with. My heart skipped a beat, because apparently I'd never not react to this man's smile, no matter how small it was. Rosie, if you could maybe assist Catalina as she mentally recaps, he said, cocking a brow. We all have places to be, and I'd appreciate being through with this meeting in the next 5 minutes. Of course, my best friend and new team leader of our division agreed from my right. I'm sure Lena was being very thorough with the notes she was taking. Yep, I was doing exactly that, I confirmed, looking over at her and finding her cheeks flushed. We both still sucked at lying. I sent her a wobbly smile and mouthed, Thanks. I heard Aaron's deep exhalation. Impatient and sexy-eyed grump. He was lucky I was head over heels in love with him. Aaron was suggesting that perhaps now that Linda and Patricia are back from their maternity leaves, someone from your team could transfer to Hector's, Rosie explained, her fingers fumbling on top of her open planner. Just to temporarily cover the vacancy I left now that I'm leading Gerald's team after his departure. After the tedious and lengthy HR investigation Sharon had pushed for unearthed more than a few sexual misconduct instances, Gerald had been finally laid off. Aaron, our division leader and owner of my heart, hadn't hesitated, and the moment Gerald had walked out of Intech, Rosie's name had already been on the table for that position. Before we knew it, we had been celebrating her promotion. Do you think we can make that work, Catalina? My future husband asked. Not that he had proposed, not yet. As much as I had the suspicion he would soon, perhaps I'd be the one putting a ring on him before he ever did. I was impatient like that. 100%, I answered, scribbling a note on my pad, this time for real. I'll make sure to move around a few people and see who can support Hector's team. The old man sighed. Thanks, Lena. No one will be able to fill Rosie's shoes, not really. His shoulders bunched as he smiled sadly. But I knew for a while that I'd lose her soon anyway. He shrugged, his smile turning brighter as he looked at my friend and his former team member. I'm so proud of you, Rosie. Thank you, Rosie said, emotion coating her words. She cleared her throat. Now stop it. Crying on my first division meeting would be highly unprofessional. A notepad was snapped closed briskly. All right, I'll consider that done, Mr. Grumps concluded. I looked at him just in time to see him checking the clock behind me. Meeting wrapped up. But Aaron, Kabir called, his voice dancing with trepidation. What about... Sorry, but I'm officially on vacation. Aaron sliced his hand through the air. Yep, we both were. Just a half day, but it had taken me some convincing, so I called that a success anyway. It will have to wait until Monday. Have a great weekend, everyone. He pushed back the chair and stood up, gifting me with a view of his whole torso. I sighed internally, happily. All mine. All of that was just for me and for my taking. And what was even better, that strong and resilient heart beating inside his hard chest, with loyalty, selflessness, and integrity, was all mine too. Catalina? Snapping out of my temporary trance, I straightened too, gathering all my things together. Coming. I walked to where Aaron was waiting for me, right by the door. He lowered his voice. "You are awfully distracted today." A retort was ready to leave my lips, but the way he looked at me, with that brand of deep concern that melted my heart, killed it before it could ever come out. "You are awfully distracting," I said just for him. His eyes glazed over, and I could see how he was stopping himself from pouncing on me. But we were at our workplace, and we were always meticulously professional. Not because we needed to be, as everyone knew and respected our relationship, but because we had made that choice. So I switched to a safer topic. "I am also a little nervous." "I know," he admitted as we made our way down the hallway, carrying the packed laptop bags we had brought to the meeting. "Our luggage is already in the car, so we'll make it to the airport just in time to pick them up." We entered the empty elevator, Aaron placing himself close beside me, our arms brushing softly. "I checked earlier and their flight will land as scheduled," he said as the metallic doors closed. "Thanks," I breathed out, unconsciously inching closer to him. "But I'm still a little anxious. It's their first time in the U.S. and everyone is coming. That's a lot of Martins in an aircraft for everything to go smoothly. What if the flight was too much for Abuela? What if Papa forgot the medication for his tension? You know, I had to FaceTime him to explain to him how to set a reminder on his phone so he would take it, but even that way, he probably snoozed it and forgot about that too. And I'm scared of what Mama packed in her suitcase. Remember I told you that one time she wanted me to bring a whole pata de jamon in my carry-on? That's a leg of pig, Aaron. What if she's carrying some illegal produce and customs thinks she's smuggling something into the..." The elevator came to a brisk halt. Then Aaron's lips were on mine, the sudden kiss rendering me immediately speechless, disarmed, weightless. I melted into him, my legs turning to butter. I couldn't help it. Aaron would always have that effect on me. I knew it. "Baby," he breathed into my mouth, "stop overthinking." He took my lips in his again, his arms coming around me, his body gently pushing back against the cool surface behind me. "Did you just stop the elevator, Mr. Blackford?" My voice sounded breathless, not that I cared. Aaron was fully aware of the power he held over me, and I wanted it that way. Neither of us wanted a single unsaid thing between us. There had been plenty of those in the past. "Yes." He brushed his lips along my jaw. "And we have 3 minutes to get all those worries out of your head before the front desk is called." His mouth trailed down my neck, warm palms falling on my waist. My lips parted. "Oh, okay," I murmured as he nibbled at the sensitive skin. My blood started swirling, certain parts of my body demanding attention. "I like how that sounds." "I made sure your dad would take his pills with him when I talked to him on the phone before they left the house." Aaron's hands trailed up, reaching the swell of my breasts. "Christina is only bringing a few cuts of cured meat," he continued as his legs crowded mine. "It wasn't easy and I might have promised a few things I shouldn't have, but she compromised." A low chuckle left my mouth, but all humor died when his hips rocked briefly against mine. "Abuela will be fine. She's tough as nails. Or don't you remember how I had to literally pluck her off that dance floor last Christmas?" He tugged at the lobe of my ear with his teeth. "And Isabel's pregnancy doesn't put her at risk. Gonzalo called the airline to ask. Twice." I whimpered, relishing in the sensation of feeling Aaron all around me, his warmth, the strength of his body, his breath and voice falling on my skin, but also in how deep his words and actions ran, how much love and attention there was in them, in him. "It's crazy how much my family adores you," I told him, grasping both his arms with neglected need running through my body. "You're like a Martin whisperer. How do you manage to do that?" "I thought that my success in convincing them about how serious I was about you after we confessed the truth about our deal was pure luck. But I might have a way with words when it comes to the Martins." He whispered like it was his biggest secret. "With one particular Martin, though. I want to believe I have a way with more than just that." My hands trailed up his strong arms, passing over his shoulders and finally clasping behind his neck. "You do," I murmured. "I adore you too. Treasure you, love you, want you, need you." I pulled him closer. "Who's being awfully distracting now?" he rasped. I answered by grinding myself against his hard body, briefly but intently. A grunt fell from his lips. "Look at you, teasing me like this. What an adoring and distracting woman I have in my hands." "How much longer do we have?" I arched my back, pressing our chests together. He exhaled roughly. "Not nearly enough for what I have in mind." His palm fell on my behind, as if he couldn't stop himself. He squeezed me possessively, proving his point. His voice turned low. "Later, I swear, as soon as I get you alone in our room." Aaron kissed me deeply then, silently promising all the things he'd do to me much later. Hours from now, when we finally reached the house we had rented in Montauk for the weekend, and our family was settled comfortably inside. "Okay." Cupping his face in my palms, I brushed one last kiss against his lips. "Have you talked to your dad?" Aaron reluctantly peeled himself off me and pressed the yellow button on the panel. The elevator resumed its descent. "Yes, earlier today," he admitted, almost guardedly, just like every time he talked about Richard. I knew Aaron hadn't let go of part of the guilt he carried around, but father and son had come a long way, and they both knew Richard didn't have much time. This past year had already been a gift. "He and Martha should be getting to the house in a few hours." Martha, his caregiver, was another gift sent straight from heaven. She was amazing to Richard and always kept us updated. We trusted her fully, and having her constant support and company not only reassured Aaron and me, but also soothed Richard. "I'll check on them again while we wait for your family at the airport." The elevator doors opened in front of us, and we stepped out at the same time. "Everything will be all right, amor," I told him, breaking my rules and reaching for his hand in the middle of the lobby. "Your dad will make it to Montauk safely, and he's going to love everyone, just how everyone will love him." Breaking his own rules, too, he brought my hand to his mouth, his lips brushing the backs of my fingers. "I know, baby," he whispered just for me. "Everything will always be okay, no matter what. You know why?" We stepped out of the building, right into one of New York's overwhelming summer days. "Why?" "Because it's you and me." He smiled down at me then, meeting my gaze with a conviction his words held, just as he held my heart in his hands, my love, my whole world, confidently and completely. "And no matter what comes our way, we have each other." That Aaron's smile, which was just for me and never failed to make my heart skip a beat, widened. "We are in this together for the long run."
The Spanish Love Deception, a novel, was written by Elena Armas and read by Marissa Blake. Editing and post-production by like 2,000 pounds. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Spanish Love Deception, a novel, is available in print from Atria Books.